NR's protection on mitochondria, GC1 staining get destroyed or disappeared. Well, the same thing happened on the final step is the lipid accumulation. So here you can see with knockdown of SIRT1, the protection of NR on lipid accumulation also significantly decreased. So from the data I presented here, we have the conclusion on the NR's effect on alcoholic fatty liver. So we saw that with NR treatment, NR can increase the level of NAD and also increase SIRT1 activity. And this increased activity will increase the acetylation of PGC1 alpha, will increase its biosynthesis regulation. And finally, will regulate mitochondrial metabolism. And the final step will inhibit steatosis in the liver. So this is what I saw in the NR's prevention on alcoholic fatty liver disease. In liver fibrosis, what we saw, also, as we have mentioned before here, that carbon tetrachloride can decrease SIRT1 activity, while the target is SMAS, which is a key regulator of the collagen synthesis. So when we knock down SIRT1, we also see that the protection of SIRT1 on the alpha SMA expression also get disappeared. So in this fibrosis model, what we saw, we collected in this model here. So NR treatment increased NAD levels, it activates SIRT1, increase SIRT1 activity, and this SIRT1 activity increase will increase the deacetylation of SMAS. And this finally will decrease collagen formation. And the final consequence is that inhibit liver fibrosis. So these are the two major results what I present today. So later on, we continue to ask that when NR has protective effect either on alcoholic fatty liver disease or in liver fibrosis, whether this has some relationship to gut function, or whether NR has some protective effect on gut barrier. So we did some further experiment on gut barrier. So I will just show very little of this data since now it's still under review. So as no treatment, we can see that in the gut epithelial cells, either the Z01 staining or gluten staining, that we show that as no treatment decrease its stainings. And NR treatment, we saw the recovery of the staining of these two markers of the gut physical barrier. And also with the HE staining, we saw that as no treatment has some destroy of the gut epithelium, while with NR treatment gets some recovery. So this is what we saw in some preliminary, that NR has some protective effect on the gut barrier. Actually, in my lab, we also did some work further that whether NR has protection on tumor migration. So this is one data what we saw, that NR actually has some effect on the inhibition of tumor migration. So here, what we can see here, these are the tumors staining. So we get the fluorescence of tumor cells. And here we can see on time that what's the tumor size and tumor number. So with NR treatment, we can see the dramatic decrease of the tumor size and the tumor numbers. So this work is also under review now. So in summary, in my past work, what we saw is that first thing is that NR boosting by NAD boosting by NR has protective effect on liver, not only on liver steatosis, but also on liver fibrosis. Further, NR has some anti-cancer potential, and this effect might be all of them connected by the gut protection. So this will be reported later. So today I want to take this chance to introduce my university. All I can do a small advertisement. So our university is Sun Yat-sen University, 是孙中山 University. So this is the north campus of Sun Yat-sen University, which is the medical school where we located. This is Guangzhou city. It's a very charming city, and most of all, Guangzhou has very delicious food. So this, I think, can attract many Chinese people abroad. So our home country welcome everybody, and Guangzhou welcome everybody. And most of all, our university, Sun Yat-sen University, welcome everybody. If you want to come back to work with us, please visit our homepage or even contact me directly at my email. And these are the positions we are recruiting right now. If you are interested, you can ask me directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yao, for the awesome research story that inspired several interesting questions in the chat box. Let me ask. So on behalf of Dr. Guoxun Chen, the development of fatty liver has been linked to the increased de novo lipogenesis. What are the effects of NR on fatty acid synthesis in your system, if any? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chen. It is a very good question. Yeah, we did check. Actually, we focused mainly on the steps ahead that such as on the mitochondrial function. And later on, we did check the fatty acid synthesis and fatty acid oxidation. So what we saw that the NR has the inhibition effect of the fatty acid synthesis, but the effect on fatty acid also has some effect on the fatty acid oxidation increase. So that we did the check and we saw. And in the public paper, actually, we have that data, just they didn't show that.
Okay, thank you. And then there's a question from Bing. What is the minimal dosage level required to have the protective effects on liver, gut barrier, and tumor?
Sorry, I didn't really get this question. The dosage?
The minimum dosage level required to have protective effect on liver, gut barrier, and tumor. I think the NR minimal dosage, I assume.
Okay. I see this question. So we did with 2 doses. Actually, for fatty liver, that effect per se, we did the doses as 50, 100, 400, and 800 milligram per kilogram for the mice. So we did a dose-dependent experiment. So what we saw is that 400 milligram per kilogram has the best effect. So starting from 100, there's some effect, but 400 has the best effect. So later on, all my presentation, the data come from the 400 milligram per kilogram body weight of mice.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Being also asked, what form of NR did you use in the research?
What form
of NR?
What form of NR is the NR chloride?
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then from Dr. Lin Zhao, what is the prospect of NR to treat human liver diseases? Have you done any human trials?
This will be done in the future, but right now, no reports and nobody has ever done that yet. So later on, that is my, that is what I want to do later on.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Yang. If you could, yeah, thank you. If you could stop share there, and I will. Our next speaker is Dr. Guy Joo. She obtained her PhD in Fudan University in 2001. She studied as visiting scholar in several institutes abroad, include Texas Tech University, the Federal Research Center for Nutrition and Food, Germany, and Johns Hopkins University. Her main study fields are nutrition and chronic diseases, food safety and function. In recent years, she has been in charge of several national natural science fund projects, national key research and development plan, and Chinese Nutrition Society research fund, and so on. She has more than 300 publications and plays very important and prominent leadership roles, such as the Vice President of Nutrition Society of Jiangsu Province, Executive Director of the Chinese Nutrition Society, Vice Chair of Nutrition and Functional Food Committee of Chinese Nutritional Society. It's our great pleasure to have you today here, Dr. Sun, and please start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Che, and introduction. And good morning, good evening, everyone. I come from South State University, and I'm very glad to be invited to participate in this meeting. Now let's share my screen.
Yeah, we can see very well. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
The topic of today is the effect and is the mechanism of flaxseed plant in improving non-alcoholic fatty liver acid, fatty liver diseases through that liver axis of by acid metabolic pathway. As all of we know, non-alcoholic fatty liver acid is a progressive disease which develops from NAFL, non-alcoholic simple fatty liver, to non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, we call it NASH. Liver cirrhosis and hepatocellular carcinoma. As shown in the figure, the global incidence of the incidence rate of NAFLD is about 25%, and the prevalence rate of adult NAFLD in China is about 20%. The development of NAFLD from NAFL to NASH is accompanied by lipid metabolism disorder and inflammatory factors, liver changes. Recent studies have shown that bile acid play a key role in NAFLD lipid metabolism, homeostasis, and regulation of NAFLD inflammation. Bile acids are mainly involved in lipid synthesis, cholesterol metabolism, and inflammatory response. Bile acids as signal molecules play an important role by activating their specific receptors, TGR5 and FXR. The two receptors are highly expressed in liver and intestine. Channel deoxycholic acid, CDCA, is the strongest activator of FXR, and the LCA is the strongest activator of TGR5. These two receptors can participate in glucose and lipid metabolism and inflammatory response. This is the flaxseed plant. The flaxseed plant it is rich in alpha-linolenic acid, flaxseed protein, and phytoestrogen, which may play a good role in improving lipid metabolism and disorder and inflammation. We carried out a meta-analysis for comparing of different flaxseed products on blood lipids, inflammatory factors, and anthropometric indicators in patients with dyslipidemia-related diseases. Our results showed that dietary whole flaxseed had lipid decreasing, weight loss, and anti-inflammatory effects. Therefore, we conducted this study. Our assumptions are following. First, can flaxseed pound change the composition of bile acid spectrum by regulating the structure of the intestinal flora? Can flaxseed pound activate two specific specific bile acid signals in pathway FXR, CYP7A1, and TGR5 kappa B mediated by intestinal FXR and TGR5. Can flaxseed pound play the role of lipid lowering and anti-inflammatory? First, we did the experiment 1. The mice were divided into 5 groups: normal group, NAFLD model group, and lower, middle, and high dose groups of FLA intervention. The fat energy of high-fat diet, we call the HFD, consumed by NAFLD model group mice accounted for 60%. FLA doses are 10, 20, and 30% respectively with HFD, which are defined as lower, middle, and high dose groups. As shown in the figure A, the intervention time of our continued 12 weeks. The weight change curve showed that FLA intervention could reduce the weight caused by HFD. As shown in figure B, at the end of the intervention, the final weight of the 3 FLA groups was significantly lower than that of NAFLD model group. As shown in the table 1, compared with the HFD group, we can see at the end of the intervention, the weight gain, liver weight, and epididymal fat, infra-abdominal fat, testicular fat body ratio of middle and high FLA dose groups were lower than those of NAFLD model group significantly. Our results showed that FLA intervention could reduce fat accumulation in body and had a significant lipid lowering effect. From this table, we can see that FLA intervention can decrease the TC, DRC, HDRC, TG, insulin, TNF-alpha in serum, and HOMA-IR. While the total bile acid, TBA level in serum in middle and high FLA dose groups was higher than model group significantly. And then let's see the histology study, the differences of as shown in the figure, this figure B is the model group. Cytosis was the most serious, as shown in figure C, D, E. Compared with NAFRD model group, the degree of liver cell cytosis in the FRE dosage group was less, and the interventional effect of high dose group was the best. NAFRD activity score we call the NAS of high dose FRE is the lowest. It shows that FRA intervention can effectively improve the liver injury of NAFRD and elevate the abnormal lipid metabolism in mice. And this picture shows the difference of gut flora among the 5 groupers. Compared with the control group, the gut flora in FRD model group changed obviously. When compared with NAFRD model group, the relative evidence of gut flora in FRA intervention groupers tends to control group, which shows the FRA intervention delays the intestinal flora disorder caused by HFD. And similarly, I'm sorry, the last slide compare the differences at the polyum level, and this picture shows the difference between groupers at levels of genus. Similarly, at genus level, the results showed that the gut flora of model group of mice was disordered, which showed some that compared with control group, the model group, some bacteria, especially the harmful bacteria, I use the red color, increased, and some beneficial bacteria decreased. I use the green color. And then we analyze the FRA intervention. The FRA intervention showed that harmful bacteria decreased significantly with the red color, and some beneficial, the green color bacteria increased. So at the genus level, FRA intervention can regulate the gut flora composition of NAFRD mice to a varying degree and improve the microbiota structure. We classify by assays according to primary and secondary biases, total biases, as well as conjugated and unconjugated biases. Compared with control group, total biases concentration, primary biacid concentration, and secondary biacid concentration significantly increased in model group. And after FRA intervention. These results show the intake of high-fat diet was possibly correlated with the increase of total bile acids. Moreover, primary and secondary bile acids ratio increase, and conjected bile acids ratio decrease in NAFRD model group. However, after the FRA intervention, this increased the unconjugated bile acids in feces, while conjugated bile acids decreased and the ratio increased. In this study, we classified 36 components in bile acids spectrum. Compared with the control group, the conjugated bile acids such as resins increased significantly in the model group. However, FRA intervention group reversed this bile acid subtraction and tended to the control group. It further shows that FRA plays an extremely important role in improving the metabolic disorder of bile acids. Obviously, in our study, the increase of total bile acid level in FRA intervention group is related to the significant increase of some components in unconjugated bile acid. Compared with NAFRD, this bile acids are all the conjugated bile acids, and the FRA intervention group was significantly increased. In order to explore whether the changes of gut bile acid components are related to the changes of gut flora, some correlation analysis was carried out in this study. The specific correlation is marked with asterisk in the figure, the red color, and the number of stars. And the results are shown in this. We can see the difference of gut flora is almost related to the content of conjugated bile acids in feces. And in this study, mRNA quantitative analysis was further carried out in liver tissue to evaluate the expression of bile acid related enzymes. Compared with the NAFRD model group, the expression of FXR and CYP7A1 genes in the liver of mice in middle and high dose FRA intervention group decreased. It is suggested that FRA intervention may play an important role by activating FXR in the intestine. And compared the model group, TGR5 gene increased, and TLR4 gene decreased significantly in middle and high dose FRA intervention groups. It is suggested that FRA may also play an important role in activating receptor TGR5 through bile acid metabolism. And then, in order to test the above hypothesis, we further detected the expression of bile acid receptor FX and TGR5 in liver and small intestine, and they are key proteins in the signal pathway. Compare with the control group, the expression of FXR in intestine of model group mice was inhibited, while the expression of CYP7A1 and FGFR4 protein in the liver was significantly increased, indicated that the FXR CYP7A1 pathway has been affected. Similarly, the TGR5 in intestine of model group mice was inhibited too, and the expression of NF-κB pathway are also inhibited, but the FRA intervention group completely changed and reversed the bad situation. FXR and TGR5 are activated in testing, and CYP7A1, NF-κB, TLR4, and FGFR4 protein in liver are inhibited. So we think the FRA intervention role can take the role through the two pathways. The experimental conclusion, FRA intervention changes the composition of bile acid subtraction by regulating gut flora and activates bile acid receptor FXR and TGR5 in the intestine and key proteins in the signal pathway mediated by them, so as to play a role in lipid lowering and anti-inflammatory and contribute to the prevention of NAFLD. And in order to verify the reliability and accuracy of our animal experiment results, we conducted a confirmatory study of gene knockout in animal experiment. In this study, TGR5 gene was knocked out in mice. This study consists of 6 groupers, W-type mice, including normal control group, NAFLD model group, and FRA intervention group. The TGR5 knockout mice also including related 3 groupers. Similarly, as shown in this figure, FRA intervention significantly delayed the weight gain caused by HFD feeding in both WT and TGR5 knockout mice, showing a relatively slow upward trend. Especially in W mice, the body weight was almost maintained at the level of control group. As shown in Figure B, after the intervention, the final weight of FRA intervention group was significantly lower than that of NAFLD model mice in HFD group. The dynamic change of mouse weight shows that under the same formula diet, the weight of TGR5 knockout mice is higher than that of WT mice, which ensures that TGR5 knockout is more likely to cause weight gain in the mice. And then let's see this table. The results show that FLA intervention can reduce fat accumulation in the liver and play a role in reduce fat. And the same formula fits the net weight of liver, epididymal fat, and nominal fat in TGR5 knockout mice was significantly higher than that in WT mice. The results further suggest that TGR5 gene knockout is more likely to increase the fat content in mice. As shown in the results in the right box, the dyslipidemia of TGR5 knockout mice was more obvious after the intervention of FLA. We found that FLA had significant lipid lowering effect on both types of mice, indicating that TGR5 gene knockout did not reduce in the ability of FLA to improve blood lipid. But it is worth noting that among inflammatory factors, look this, the TNF-alpha was a statistical difference among the three groups of only WT mice. The TGR5 knockout mice had a high level of inflammation, and FLA intervention didn't reduce the level of TNF-alpha. The results showed that TGR5 gene knockout blocked the anti-inflammatory effect of FLA intervention. Similarly, we performed pathological evolution and NAS score on the liver tissue of mice. The results showed that FLA intervention made the liver NAS score both decrease in WT and TGR5 knockout mice. The expression of key proteins in FXR and TGR5 mediate signal pathway in the liver of WT and TGR5 mice was detected. The interventional results in wild type mice are consistent with the experiment one. Liver CYP7A1, NF-κB, and TLR4 download in FLA intervention group, but this result does not exist in TGR5 knockout mice. The results show that the regulation of liver inflammation by FLA through bile acid metabolic pathway is mainly related to the activation of TGR5. The regulation of liver lipids by FLA may be related to the synergistic effect of FXR and TGR5, but it still needs further research to verify.
Dr. Sorry to interrupt. We just want to let you know we enjoy your talk very much, but you probably have 4 to 5 minutes left. So if you could speed up a little bit and wrap up so that we can stick to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I just have several. I just to see. This is the comparison of bile-acid composition in different groups of the WT mice. We compared the difference of bile-acid profiles between WT mice and TGR5 knockout mice under the same type. We found that in TGR5 knockout mice and WT mice, the difference of bile-acid is caused by HFD and FRA intervention is mostly the same. So the results further showed that the most important factor affecting the change of bile-acids came from dietary factors. TGRF knockout may have no obvious effects on the composition of bile-acid profile. And from this, the correlation analysis, the correlation between changes of gut flora and bile-acid, the right one, the TGR5 knockout mice is much lower than that in WT mice. This result is consistent with the previous results that FRA intervention has a weaker effect on the gut flora of TGR5 knockout mice than WT mice. The results show that TGR5 gene knockout weakens the relationship between gut flora and bile-acids. So the last slides, our conclusion. I think all of them, you can see the conclusion. So I think I can finish my topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sun. We do have.
I'm sorry.
来，练习口语，我听不懂。
Sorry for interruption. Well, we do have 2 questions in the chat. The first one from Ling. Is TGR5 a direct target of FLA?
I'm sorry.
There's a question in the chat box. It's the question is TGR5 a direct target of the FLA?
Some research think that TGR5 it is direct target of FLA. However, maybe we can to do more research to testify this, I think.
Okay, thank you. And then another question from Dr. Guoxun Chen. This is very interesting talk. Do you think that we can modify the ratios of those bile acids and salts to prevent development of NAFLD?
Because this our study, the bile acids ratios of those bile acids changed is by the maybe by the gut flora. So I think we can use some maybe such as dietary fiber because the flaxseed pound is reaching N3 fatty acid and some fibers. So I think we should maybe firstly change the gut flora, and then the gut flora can change the bile acid profiles, I think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sun. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty good on time. So thank you for the flexibility and speed up the last part. Next, we will welcome Dr. Xiao Hang from University of Massachusetts. Dr. Hang Xiao obtained his PhD from University of Wisconsin-Madison and received postdoctoral training at Rutgers University. His long-term research goal is to develop food-based strategies to prevent major chronic diseases in humans, such as cancer. as many of you may know, nutraceuticals are food components that may prevent diseases. Currently, Dr. Xiao's research surrounds nutraceuticals, including but not limited to the molecular mechanisms, the possible synergistic interactions with pharmaceuticals, as well as the efficacy and the bioavailability enhancement of the nutraceuticals. Dr. Xiao has published more than 300 papers and is a highly cited scientist globally. He is associate editor of 3 prestigious journals, comprehensive reviews in food science and food safety, critical reviews in food science and nutrition, and food and function. Dr. Xiao has received numerous research awards from both nutrition and food chemistry fields, to name a few, Fellow of Institute of Food Technologists and American Chemical Society, Mary Schwartz, Rose Young Investigator Award from American Society of Nutrition, Samuel Kate Prescott Research Award, and Babcock Hart Research Award, and a North America Future Leader Award from International Life Science Institute. Overall, very astonishing achievement, and welcome, Dr. Han. And the stage is yours. Please take over. And again, welcome to join us.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can see your slide. We can hear you, and your video is awesome. Okay,
very good. Well, thank you very much for the introduction and also for the invitation from the organization, especially the invitation from Professor Fang Yong. So today, I'm going to share some information of our recent study on the potential adverse effect of engineered nanoparticles in the food, especially the foodborne titanium dioxide nanoparticles. So I looked at the program. Probably I will expand this content to a little bit on the organic nanoparticle in the food as well. As we know, titanium dioxide is inorganic nanoparticles. Oops. Okay, as I mentioned, in our food supplies, we are concerned about the safety of our food, right, for a long time. And as we know, we always have a food safety issue around the globe, especially in the developing countries, such as in China. We all have heard a lot of bad story about the food safety issue in China. So the nanoparticles can be found in foods everywhere, basically. And basically, we have organic nanoparticles and also inorganic nanoparticles. For organic nanoparticles, they are made from either lipids, protein, or carbohydrates. For example, nanoemulsions has been widely used in the food for various purposes. For example, adding flavor, texture, appearance, nutrition, and also delivery of different nutraceuticals. Protein-based nanoparticle also can be used as casein micelle protein particles for different purposes, as well as carbohydrate-based nanoparticles. So for inorganic nanoparticle, and mainly I listed several representative inorganic nanoparticle: nanosilver, iron oxide, titanium dioxide, silicon dioxide, and zinc oxides. As you can see, they also serve different purposes. For example, for nanosilver, its main function is antimicrobial. It's usually not added to our food directly, but it's added to the packaging material, and then they can leach into the food itself. Iron oxide and zinc oxide usually is used for fortified food to enhance iron and zinc availability in our diet. As for titanium dioxide, its main purpose is used as a whitening agent to add the white color to the different food. And the silica dioxide usually used as anti-caking and flowing aids in the food. So today I'm going to focus on 2 nanoparticles. One is representative inorganic nanoparticle called titanium dioxide, and another one is organic-based nanoparticle, vegetable oil-based nanoemulsions. So as you can see, they serve different purposes, and also the generation of this particle are different. Titanium dioxide is made to lightening the color of the food, especially adding white color. But during the processing, some of the particles fall into nanoscale, which means it's smaller than 100 nanometer. But even though when the particle becomes smaller, 100 nanometer, the whitening effects was weaker. So, but inevitably during the production, titanium dioxide nanoparticle can be part of titanium dioxide particles, which is also known as E171. That's a code for the titanium dioxide powder used as a food additive. So for nano emulsion, it's made for different type of purposes I mentioned here for appearance, texture, flavor, and delivery of nutraceuticals. So usually it's made by high power shear to break bigger particle into smaller ones into the nano size range. So in general, the biological effects or biofunction of food components, especially nanoparticles, is heavily based on their particle characteristics. For example, dimensions, like how big, how small the particle is, and also the morphology, whether it's a spherical or like a rod or like irregular shape. Also the composition of the core and also the surface composition, whether they carry charge or not, what type of charge they carry, and whether they will aggregate or exist as a single particles. All of this characteristic will dictate the biological functions. For example, how well they will be absorbed. If they are absorbed, where will they go? Whether they will accumulate in different tissue, for example, in the liver or kidney, or even go to the brain. All of this depends on their characteristics. And then that will dictate their biological function. For example, whether there will be adverse effects or not. Another thing we want to consider is that actually, as a part of diet, all of those particles will go through mouth, stomach, small intestine, and the colon in the GI tract. And we can see at a different location, our body have a different physiological and chemical conditions. For example, pH can vary. We can see in the mouth 5 to 7, in the stomach 1 to 3, in the small intestine about neutral, in the colon range from 5 to 7. Not only that, we have different matrix effect. For example, different enzymes, salt, biopolymer can be produced in those locations. Though all of this will interact with the food nanoparticles and dictate their biological fate as well as their biofunctions. So here just show an example where the vegetable oil based, basically if it's vegetable oil based nano emulsion, which means they are digestible. So here shows roughly what happened in the small intestine to nano emulsion droplets. For example, if we have encapsulated nutraceutical shown as in green dot, where inside of nano emulsion oil droplets, vegetable oil based, basically this triacylglyceride. Then in the small intestine lumen, the lipase can digest triacylglyceride to produce mixed micelle. This mixed micelle is consisted of digested fatty acid and also monoacylglyceride. We can see that all of these are highly active surface active components. They can solubilize nutraceutical and to form mixed micelle. And the mixed micelle will be uptaken by enterocyte. Inside the enterocyte, the encapsulated nutraceutical can exist either by themselves and or interact with chylomicron. As we know, chylomicron is made from the free fatty acid and also monoacylglyceride after their reacidification to produce lipid droplet. Those lipid droplets combine with the protein to form chylomicron. So the composition of nano emulsion dictates the property of a mixed micelle. Then the composition of a mixed micelle dictates the property of a chylomicron. For example, if we have a highly unsaturated triacylglyceride to begin with, then we'll have a highly unsaturated free fatty acid and monoacylglyceride in the mixed micelle, as well as the chylomicron will be made from highly unsaturated triacylglyceride. And that will affect ability of chylomicron to be associated with different type of nutraceuticals. As we know, chylomicron will move into lymph and eventually from lymph go into the systemic circulation. So this route will bypass liver metabolism, and this will have a huge impact on the potential biological functions of the nutraceutical. For example, nutraceutical, if they go directly into the portal blood, then go to liver, they will be subject to extensive phase 1, phase 2 metabolism and change to different metabolites before they enter systemic circulation. If we go through chylomicron routes through lymph, go into systemic circulation, the nutraceutical will not go through liver metabolism before they enter in systemic circulation. So this two routes will result in different level of systemic circulation of a nutraceutical as well as a different metabolite profile. And all of these chemical differences will lead to subsequent difference in biological functions. So just give you some idea. For example, this mixed micelle produced from different type of fatty triglyceride fatty acid. For example, C18-1, C18-2, C18-3. The difference is on the number of double bonds. You can see the morphology of mixed micelle changes. Also, if we use the C18-1, 2, 3 to stimulate enterocytes in cell culture model, you can see they produce different amount and the morphology of lipid droplet inside of the enterocytes. This is the TEM picture. You can see the dark spots are the lipid droplets. All those lipid droplets will be utilized to produce chylomicron. Again, you can see corresponding chylomicron also show the different morphologies. For example, C18-1 tend to produce larger chylomicron compared to C18-2, and then compared to C18-3, C18-3 produce lower amount of chylomicron and also much smaller, and also morphology-wise is not as spherical as C18-1 and 2. So I think the different type of and amount of chylomicron existing in the enterocyte will affect how much nutraceutical could be taken by the chylomicron, go into the lymph, and then go to the systemic circulation. So as I mentioned, the different characteristic of nano-emulsion droplets in terms of the size and composition will have impact on the mixed micelle, will have impact on the chylomicron, eventually will have impact on the bioavailability and also biofunction of encapsulated nutraceuticals. So I just give you one example of our recent human feeding study where we use a nano-emulsion-based delivery system as an excipient emulsion. We didn't encapsulate any nutraceuticals, but instead we use nano-emulsion as an excipient to potentially enhance the bioavailability of carotenoids found in fresh fruits, such as tomato, carrots, and spinach. So salad is a very popular food choices around the world, especially in the Western country. And that's probably the most dominant way of consume fruits and vegetables, especially vegetables. And as actually in Asian culture, probably salad is not a major route of vegetables. We have a lot of many other ways to consume vegetables. So because salad consumes raw, so the beta carotene and carotenoids bioavailability are pretty low. So we designed this study where after 5 days washout and 2 days control diet, on the test day, we give the subject either salad alone without adding any nano-emulsions, or salad and with together with the nano-emulsion, 2 groups. We have other groups, so I just show the result of this group to showcase the impact of vegetable oil-based nano-emulsion on the bioavailability of carotenoids. Then every hour we take the blood and measuring the level of lutein, alpha carotene, beta carotene, lycopene in the blood. So here are the results. You can see this is a time scale and this is a concentration scale in the blood. We can see for alpha carotenoids, well, I just showed the data. We combine both male and female. We have 18 subjects. So if you eat salad alone without any nano-emulsion, you have a relatively lower blood level across the 10 hours. And whereas for salad plus emulsion group, you can see the maximum level of alpha keratin increased a lot, and the total bioavailability also increased. Similarly, for beta carotene, you can see we increased the Cmax, the max level of blood level of beta carotene, and also we shortened the time to reach the Cmax. We can see to reach the maximum level without the emulsion, it takes about 6 hours, whereas for the salad with emulsion, it only takes 3 hours to reach the maximum level. Similarly, for lycopene, we saw the similar effect, and also lutein. So overall, this study showed that using nano-emulsions, we can enhance the bioavailability of poorly absorbed carotenoids in the salad, especially in the vegetable salad. So here is basically its beneficial effects of food nanoparticles. In this case, is organic nanoparticle as a vegetable-based nano-emulsion. And based on these results, we can see we can manipulate the properties of those nano emulsion droplets. Hopefully, we can also impact the formation of mixed micelle in the small intestine and in chylomicron. Eventually, we'll have impact on the bioavailability of biofunction of different types of nutraceuticals. We can even tailor design different nano emulsion to help different type of chemical structures. So now I'm going to move to the titanium dioxide nanoparticle and its potential adverse effect. So as I mentioned, for titanium dioxide nanoparticles, they belong to this group, which is unintentionally added to our food supply. As I mentioned, the titanium dioxide nanoparticle exists in the food additive called E171, which is a whitening agent. And even though nano-sized particle does not provide a lot of white color, but during manufacture process, inevitably, a nano-sized particle will be produced. And we also know, actually, we got exposed to titanium dioxide particle and also nanoparticle every day by eating very colorful food, for example, candies and the salad dressing and frosting on the cake. And also a lot of new study also show that many other type of food also consist of titanium dioxide nanoparticle. For example, infant formula, as well as seafood and surimi products. So based on current literature, actually different countries have a different exposure level of foodborne titanium dioxide nanoparticles. And overall, you can see in the US, in the UK, and in Germany, the oral level of titanium dioxide particle varies in adults, right? And also it varies in children and infants. But however, you can see in different countries, definitely children and infants, they have a higher exposure per body weight because the type of food they eat, and also because of their smaller body weight. So that you have a higher exposure for infants and children. So this is a very important subpopulation to watch out. For titanium dioxide nanoparticle, most toxicity study was related with dermal toxicity and inhalation toxicity, because during the manufacturing of the particles, it's occupational hazard. For those workers working in the manufacturing site, they may have a dermal exposure, also inhalation exposure. And very little amount of oral toxicity was studied. So our focus is to study, as a part of food, the titanium dioxide nanoparticle get into our GI tract and what happened there, and what will be the mechanism of action. Another thing to consider is that for all those foodborne particles, we can be exposed to them through our lifelong journey on Earth, right? So start from infant until old age. So we're talking about chronic exposure for lifelong, even though the accumulated amount will be not a lot, but over the lifetime, then the biological function could be significant. So as I mentioned, the food grade nanoparticle, titanium particle called E171. Among those, about 1/3 of a particle could be smaller than 100 nanometer, known as a titanium dioxide nanoparticle. So the danger of a nanoparticle, especially this we call biopersistent nanoparticle, which means they are very inert. So our digestive juice, for example, stomach acid and other enzymes will have no impact on the titanium dioxide because it's very inert. It doesn't react. So they will, if they are absorbed and accumulate in our tissue, they will be there for a long time, right? It's called biopersistent. And then that leads to concern from the government, from the consumers, and also regulation agents, what could happen to our health. So one more thing to consider is that overweight and obesity is a problem around the world, especially in the developed country. And for example, in the US, 2/3 of people are either overweight or obese. So we know for people who have a obesity problem, they usually have a chronic inflammation in their GI tract, or they could have a leaky gut, we call leaky gut. So their permeability in their gut could increase, right? And this creates opportunity for titanium dioxide nanoparticle to be absorbed, to interact, to exacerbate the inflammation in the GI tract. So that's why our study look at the different group of mice. Low-fat diet treat the mice, so they won't have an obesity problem. We call them non-obese mice. And also high-fat diet treated the mice. We call them obese mice. After 8 weeks, most of the mice will become overweight compared to this group. And among these two big population, we treat them control diet without titanium dioxide, or 0.1% weight percentage titanium dioxide nanoparticle, regular E171. So this average particle size 110 nanometer. That's commercial food grade titanium dioxide food additive called E171. And then we have this nano group, 30 nanometer titanium dioxide. So same thing, we apply this design to the obese population. By this design, we can compare regular food additive versus nanoparticle titanium dioxide, whether they have difference. And we also compare these two type of particle against either non-obese mice or obese mice. What will be the difference? So actually, based on our result, we conclude that titanium dioxide nanoparticle can lead to organ dysfunction, especially in the liver and the kidney, and also induce colon inflammation and change metabolic profiles of different compounds. However, we don't think titanium dioxide nanoparticle can directly cause all of this. At least partial of this effect was mediated by gut microbiota. So we found out that titanium dioxide nanoparticle lead to dysfunction, dysbiosis of gut microbiota. Basically, it disrupts the balance of gut microbiota, and this disrupted gut microbiota also lead to these adverse effects. And how much the contribution, we don't know exactly, but at least we know both the particle itself and also change the gut microbiota contributed to observed adverse effects in the mouse model. So first, actually, before we look into the microbiota, what lead us to believe gut microbiota play a role here is the level of short-chain fatty acid. We look at the fecal level of short-chain fatty acid in non-obese mice and obese mice. We can see clear trend of decreasing after treatment of titanium dioxide particles. And we also saw the trend, actually, obese population showed an even lower level of short-chain fatty acids compared to non-obese. Even though it's not significant, but the trend is there. So we know short-chain fatty acids is very important metabolites produced by gut microbiota. And so the change of short-chain fatty acids lead us to believe gut microbiota play a role in the observed adverse effects. If we look at the genus, this is a phylum level, at a different group, so we group non-obese mice and obese mice differently. You can see this trend. So from non-obese mice, obese mice, you can see the decreasing trend or increasing trend of certain gut microbiota become more obvious. Right? For example, this like blue color, the control, and after treatment with titanium dioxide particle increased, and the nanoparticle increased even more. Then in the obese population, this increase become more pronounced. And also, if we look at the statistic analysis, non-obese population, you can see most of the statistical significance exists in the obese population, especially in the nano-sized population. So this means, in general, the impact of titanium dioxide particle is stronger in the obese population versus non-obese population. And also nano-sized titanium dioxide particle showed a trend to show stronger impact on the composition of gut microbiota. Similarly, at the genus level, we also saw this trend, more pronounced effect in the obese population, and also more pronounced effects under the treatment of nano-sized particle. And the statistical significance also showed much more in the obese population, especially in the nano-sized population. So two examples, one is bifidobacteria. You can see in the non-obese population, titanium dioxide particle decreased abundance of bifidobacteria. And nano-sized particle decrease even more and show the significant difference here. Another thing is you can see the impact of diet. Actually, in the high-fat treated group, even in the control, most of the bifidobacteria was disappeared. So this is the impact of a high-fat diet, and we don't see any impact. We cannot see any impact from the titanium dioxide particles. So another example is the lactobacillus. Again, in the non-obese population, nano-sized titanium particles show a significant decrease of abundance of this bacteria. And in the obese population, the decreasing trend become even more pronounced. So this is telling us nano-sized particle have a stronger impact on the potentially beneficial bacteria. And in the obese population, they probably respond even more than the non-obese population. We also compared, we had this 4 group of mice and we compare their impact. First, we compare these 2 groups. So this will showcase the impact of titanium dioxide nanoparticles. And the color region shows the difference among these 2 groups. So this difference was caused by titanium dioxide nanoparticles. Then we compare the first group and the third group. This is a high-fat diet treated control group. They did not consume titanium dioxide nanoparticle. So then this difference, the colors, green and pink, show the impact of a high-fat diet on the gut microbiota composition. So you can see the major difference here. So this region, this slice, was caused titanium dioxide nanoparticle, but was not showing up here. Whereas this green section wasn't observed in the titanium dioxide nanoparticle. So at least the major difference would be here and here between titanium dioxide nanoparticles impact and also high-fat diet impact. However, if we compare the first group with high-fat diet-treated obese mice consuming titanium dioxide nanoparticle, then we'll see the combined effect of titanium dioxide nanoparticle and the high-fat diet. You can see we saw a much more and more stronger differences among these two groups. And if we overlap this group and this group together and compare here and here, you can see we observe much more changes in the composition and the structure of gut microbiota. This is 3 highlighted region, which is not showing here. So this means that in general, if we combine titanium dioxide nanoparticle with a high-fat diet, we will cause stronger changes in the gut microbiota composition compared to individual effect of titanium dioxide plus high-fat diet. So definitely these 2 factors, nanoparticle and high-fat diet, have a synergistic impact. So they made the situation worse if these changes are bad for the gut microbiota. So we look at the literature and find out actually the changes caused by titanium dioxide nanoparticle on gut microbiota was reported in the literature to be frequently associated with different diseases. For example, obesity, inflammation, inflammatory bowel disease, diabetes, and diarrhea, and so on. So in order to validate the impact of gut microbiota on the adverse effect, we did a transplant study. We have recipient mice and healthy recipient mice, and also the fecal material we collected from 4 groups of mice: low-fat lean mice, high-fat obese mice, high-fat obese mice consuming E171 nano-sized particle, also high-fat obese mice consuming nano-sized titanium dioxide. Their fecal material was collected, then gouged to the antibiotic-treated obese healthy mice. We used antibiotic to wipe out the gut microbiota before we did gouge. So briefly, we observed in the recipient mice, we did actually staining and look at the morphology of their colon. We saw stronger accumulation of macrophages and other pro-inflammatory cytokines cells, so which means increased the inflammation in the nanoparticle treated mice. And we also observed the overexpression of this enzyme called MPO, myoperoxidase. So this enzyme is a pro-inflammatory enzyme, and the high expression level, the dark brown color in the enterocyte, indicates a potential increased inflammation in the nanoparticle treated mice. Also, we look at the so this is anti-inflammatory cytokine interleukin 10 and pro-inflammatory. We can see nanoparticle treated fecal transplant mouse showed increased interleukin 17 and decreased interleukin 10. So overall, we conclude that actually the changes caused by gut microbiota also lead to colon inflammation. So we also look at the urinary metabolomics data. I'm not going to go through this, but overall, you can see definitely nano-sized particle cause difference in the gut microbiota, in the urinary metabolomics. We can see the good separation among different group of mice. And also we can identify this metabolites, increased one and decreased ones. And also pathway analysis show the different major changes caused by the nano-sized particles. Moreover, we use the TM to look at existence of titanium dioxide nanoparticles after oral consumption in the different tissues. the major accumulation site we found is either kidney or liver. You can see at the different kidney region, for example, renal cortex, renal medulla, and the renal pelvis. You can see in the control mice, we don't see any particles, but in the treated mice, we can see these particles. This is mitochondria as well here. You can see, not only we can see the accumulation of the particle, we also can see the structure of mitochondria was damaged. You can see that in a healthy mitochondria, you can see very clearly subcellular structure, whereas here, all those memory structure was disrupted, and also the mitochondria was become larger and swollen. Similarly, in the liver, we can see the accumulation of the nanoparticle here. We also measured, these are some preliminary data. We measured accumulation of nanosized titanium dioxide in the liver and also kidney. So we just show you a little bit of trend here. You can see the y-axis is 500, here is 300. So we observe the trend that in the female mice, seems to us the accumulation of titanium dioxide nanoparticle was stronger than the male mice. And also the obese population, obese mice showed a little bit stronger, even though statistically we haven't observed the significance yet, but we are going to confirm that with a larger number of mice, and also maybe to stratify the statistical analysis. But we saw the trend that obese mice tend to have a more accumulation in the liver compared to non-obese mice. So similarly, this is data from mouse kidney. Again, the female tend to have a different response about the accumulation in a different tissues. So in the last, I just summarized, basically, we observed the gut microbiota mediated adverse effect by titanium dioxide nanoparticle. And even though exactly what's going on in details, we still keep working on it. But I think our study showed a promising trend, whereas those biopersistent inorganic nanoparticle, such as titanium dioxide and also silica dioxide, will be a concern, especially their widely spread use in our food supply. Here are the my collaborators, Julian McClemens, Bao Sanxing, Eric Decker, and Lily He, and also my postdoc, Xiaoqing Cao, and graduate student Hengjun Du for finish up the nice work. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Xiao. Very informative talk, very interesting topic. We also got several questions in the chat box. So I was wondering, let me ask the first question and give other people time to thought about their own questions. The titanic dioxide, do they have a preference when they accumulate in the body? For example, I don't know, adipose tissue, fat tissue, things like that. Is there any preference organ or tissue types?
Yes, so we did actually analysis, the quantification of titanium dioxide nanoparticle is very tricky because it's such inert material, and a lot of methods will not fully quantify it. So we tried a lot of different methods. So what we observed is that definitely in the liver and also in the kidney, that's two of the major sites. But recently, we also look at the reproductive toxicity. So even in the testicles of the male mice and also in the ovaries of female mice, we also saw the accumulation there. How exactly it's got there, we don't know. So, for example, if it's accumulation in the kidney, definitely we would suspect in the urine, probably, it's all through the blood, kidney and also the liver is very vascularized. So maybe through that route, we don't know yet, but it's very interesting. And there was a study on human, actually, it's dead people, I think. They look at certain tissue. I think they look at the pancreas. They observe some titanium dioxide nanoparticle there as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. The reason why I ask is because you talk about it's exacerbated in the obese mice. So I was wondering, maybe, I don't know, because a lot of toxins accumulate in fat tissue. So I don't know if that has to do with, I would look into if there's a big accumulation in the fat tissue of the mice. See, maybe that's part of the reason besides the leaky gut that you mentioned.
Yeah, it could be the possibility.
Thank you so much. Let me ask another question from the chat box. Another question on titanium dioxide. How much titanium dioxide is deposited in the gut and exposed to the gut microbes? And does the mouse model mimic human situation? Thank you.
Yes, I think the level I don't know, I don't remember exactly amount. I think in a paper we mentioned it. It's definitely comparable to the human consumption of the daily. So remember we talked about in the 3 different countries, they have different exposure level. We use that as reference to design our study. So it's achievable in a human diet.
Yes, thank you so much. Another question related to the adverse effect of nanoparticles. So from Dr. Guoxun Chen, now people put gold flakes into food. What would be the impact of the nanoparticles made of gold or silver?
Actually, a few years back, we used the gold nanoparticle as a surrogate to study the impact of dietary inorganic nanoparticle. And we did, at that time, I think we did the cell culture study. The reason we use gold is that gold can be easily observed under a lot of technology compared to titanium dioxide, right? And we saw a lot of accumulation in different sites, very interesting data there. So definitely for these biopersistent particles, they will get into our body, especially in the GI tract. Especially like I mentioned once, for people who have a chronic inflammation in the gut, so their gap junction will be bigger and their membrane permeability will be higher. So they tend to accumulate more these inorganic nanoparticles. And the nanosilver is different story. For example, for titanium dioxide nanoparticle, silicon dioxide, and also gold, they are inert. So they won't be dissolved by our stomach acid. But the silver particle, they will be dissolved, become iron. They are not going to be particle anymore in the stomach. So zinc oxide also behave like this. So the study of that will be a little bit tricky, even though you could feed your mice or human with those particles, but in the stomach, they got dissolved. Whether they will form another particle later on in the gut, I don't know. I doubt it. But then the impact of that will not be directly from the particle itself. It's from dissolved ions. So for silver and the zinc oxide, I think the jury is still out for the exact day what happened there. But for titanium dioxide, silicon oxide, and also gold particles, they will not be dissolved in the stomach. So they will be biopersistent.
Okay, thank you so much. That's awesome. We're running out of time a little bit. Definitely a very inspiring talk that we can't entertain all the questions in the chat box now, but we'll move on and maybe you'll have time in the discussion session. But thank you so much, Dr. Xiao.
So no problem. And if you have any further question, you can always send me an email.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay,
we'll find your email on the website. Yeah, thank you. We have our next speaker, the last long talk, 30-minute long talk, Dr. Yuxia Ma.
Here.
Yes, thank you. Let me give a brief introduction. She serves as the director of the Department of Nutrition and Food Hygiene, Hebei Medical University, and associate dean of the School of Public Health. Since gaining her PhD from Chinese Center of Disease Control and Prevention, her research directions has been public nutrition, nutrition disease prevention, and trace element in health. In the past 5 years, she has undertaken one general project of National Natural Science Foundation of China, 2 key research and development projects of Ministry of Science and Technology, including 1 national key, 1 scientific research project of the George Institute of Health, Peking University Health Science Center. She has presided over more than 10 various scientific research projects, including 1 project with a research funding of more than 2.8 million yuan. In the past 5 years, she has published 50 scientific research papers as the first author or corresponding author. Dr. Ma, we are very delighted to invite you to share your research today. Without further ado, I will turn the floor to Dr. Ma. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and good evening, everyone. I tried to introduce my study in English, but unfortunately, I'm failed. So I decided to make my speech in Chinese. I'm sorry. 好，下面呢，我想还是用中文来介绍我的这个研究，因为我的英文实在是让我很恼火哈。这个我今天给大家带来的题目呢是膳食炎症指数与中国北方中老年人抑郁症状之间的关联研究。那么我将从以下的这个几个方面呢来给大家做一个介绍。首先呢是研究背景。那么在研究背景当中呢，我们知道就是由于经济的这样一个快速的发展以及生活方式的变化，中国呢正经历着一个特别大的变化，就是从传染病到这个非传染病的一个转型过程。精神障碍呢，在我们的这个是一种重要的，但是往往被忽略的一个非传染性疾病。他们目前呢正在日益成为这个残疾、自杀或者疾病负担的重要原因。中国的中老年人的精神障碍的种类当中呢，最常见的就是抑郁症状。在2012年呢，据报道，抑郁症和抑郁症状占中国个人医疗支出的14.7%，几乎是肥胖和超重支出的3倍。虽然近些年来呢，抑郁症的患者数量在增加，但是和其他的这个发达国家相比，我们的国家对这个抑郁症的研究还是比较少的。在临床症状上呢，不同年龄阶段呢，它的这个抑郁症状的表现呢也是不同的。老年抑郁症状的患者往往是表现出更多的一些这个活动障碍，还有呢认知障碍以及大量的躯体主诉这些方面。抑郁症是一个非常复杂的这么一个公共卫生的问题，那么它的特点呢是治疗的反应性也比较差异比较大。那么据报道呢，全身慢性的低度的炎症通过影响单胺能以及谷氨酸神经传递于单胺能以及谷氨酸的神经传递呢，来和这个重度的抑郁呢它是有关的。然而呢，这种炎症就是这种
长没长高也可以啊，先看看长没长高，再看看
这种促炎的细胞因子在抑郁症状首发的时候，它到底是起到一个什么样的作用，有没有升高，到现在呢仍然是不太清楚的。那么营养它作为一个生活方式当中的一个部分，可以控制这个炎症的，它是控制炎症的一个非常重要的途径。饮食呢和炎症之间的关系已经有很多的这个研究呢所充分证实。那么有饮食、炎症、介导的这样的一个慢性疾病呢，它的风险也有很多的研究所证实。在这个膳食炎症指数或者是说膳食介导的炎症和抑郁症状之间的关系存在着怎样的关系，或者是存在不存在关系？那么本研究呢，就是主要想着来探讨这样的一个问题。这个呢是一个潜在的这个抑郁症状的一个机制，因为它字呢也比较小，我就不在这儿介绍了。它也讲就是由于一些这个膳食炎症，然后导致的一些这个机制上的一些变化。那么下面呢，我就来介绍一下这个资料的来源。那么这个资料的来源呢，我们是来源于来源于科技部的一个这个重点课题。它来源于这个科技部的一个重点课题。那么这个课题呢，它是一个队列的研究。那么这个研究呢，它是在河北省 河南省、浙江省以及陕西省这4个省来进行的。我今天的分析的这个数据呢是什么呢？就是我们河北省的数据。那么这个河北省的数据呢，它只是其中的在4个省份当中的其中的一个。知情同意书以及伦理已经在这个之前呢都已经过掉了。这个数据的来源呢，它是来源于河北省。我们在河北省呢，其中有4个这个研究地点，有唐山市、沧州市、石家庄市和邢台市。那么在这4个这个研究现场呢，其中唐山市和石家庄市作为城市点，而沧州市和邢台市呢作为这个农村点，是这样来设置的。大家可能也对河北省我不知道有没有一个了解。那么大家可以看到这个中间的这个部分，中间挖空的这个部分，那就是我们的伟大祖国的首都以及天津市。所以说有人说北京是我们祖国的心脏，那么河北省就是祖国的胸膛。从这个地图上呢，大家可能也能看到，我们确实处在这样的一个地理位置。这个研究呢，总共有6720个这个研究对象呢，最后呢，它的数据被收集。那么它主要是包括成人和儿童，其中有5466个是成年的这样的一个研究对象。那么它的这个研究对象呢，我们根据它的纳入标准以及根据它的排除标准呢，对这个研究对象呢进行这个纳入。那么下面呢，简单说一下这个膳食炎症指数。膳食炎症指数呢，也不是这个是哥伦比亚南卡大学的一个研究人员他们开发和验证的，主要是用于评估个人的这样的一个膳食的潜在的一个这个炎症能力。那么最初的DII 的评分呢，它是基于在1950年到2007年发表的文章，然后根据食物当中的这种食物和特定的这个炎性标志物之间它的一个关系，然后呢确定它这个食物它到底是赋予正分还是负分。最后的一个结果呢，根据正分和负分的这样的一个相加，然后呢得出这个食物到底它是一个抗炎的还是一个促炎的这样的一个食物。2014年呢，这个研究人员呢对这个指标呢进行了一个改进。那么改进后的这个评分系统呢，相对来说呢，它就会更纳入的食物更广泛。总共呢有纳入了45类的这样的一个食物参数，包括天然的食物，还包括营养素补充剂、还有这个生物活性成分等等的这一系列的这样一个成分。由于这45个食物成分呢是来自于世界各地的，所以说代表了世界上不同的国家它不同地区的各种饮食，它的应用性呢就会更好。好，这就是那个45种，这是从那个文献当中摘出来的一个表，就是它45种的那个食物的一个成分的表。那么这个抑郁症状的一个评估呢，我们是通过这个老年抑郁量表然后来评估的。这个老年抑郁量表呢，它有30个自我评价的这个项目。那么这30个自我评价的项目呢，其中10个是反向积分的，20个是正向积分的，也是根据得分的多少，然后呢最后判断这个人是不是具有这个抑郁症状的这样的一个情况。下面呢简单报告一下我结果。那么这个第一个结果呢，主要是用了一个这个多因素的老陈这个回归分析，然后这个多因素的这个或者叫多元的老陈这个回归分析呢，它纳入的人呢总共有2022个中老年人，其实他的年龄呢都是在55岁以上的。我们调整了社会的一些经济状况，还有生活方式以及健康相关的一些指标。那么然后呢，对这个就是膳食炎症指数，对 DII 这个指标呢进行了4分位的一个分类。那么4分类呢，后边我们的表上呢会显示。那么结果呢，也在炎症指数最高的，我们经过分析以后呢，也发现在膳食炎症指数最高的这一组呢，它观察到了更高的一个抑郁的一个发病率。那么另外呢，就是说膳食炎症指数最高的这一组呢，它也表现出来了 肥胖、高血压以及呢日常的这个摄入量减少的这样的一些情况。这就是我们这个表，主要是把 DII 呢，就是膳食盐正指数呢，给它4分位以后呢，然后得到了一些结果。我们可以看到，就是这个在肥胖、高血压以及日常能量摄入减少的这些组里边呢，它的这个 DII 水平是最高的，就是 DII 的这个评分是最高的。然后呢，因为我们把这个 DII 这个指数呢，用了4分位的一个4分位给它评分，然后呢来给它表达的。那么紧接着呢，就调整了一些混杂的因素，然后调整混杂因素以后呢，得到了3个模型。这个3个模型当中呢，一个是没有调整这个任何混杂因素的，一个是调整了部分的混杂因素，然后第3个呢是调整了这个除了这个上面调整的混杂因素，加了糖尿病以及这个高血压等这些状况。那么从这个表当中呢，我们也可以看到，就是调整了混杂因素以后呢，最粗盐的这个4分位间距的这一组呢，它的就是我们认为这一组呢，它是粗盐饮食。那么粗盐饮食呢，它的调查对象患抑郁的这种风险呢，明显的高于这个4分位间距的第一个组，那就是我们把它呢称作是抗盐的这样的一个组别。那么下面呢，我们用这个线性循环样条来做了一个结果，也表明呢，就是这个抑郁的风险的 OR 值，它也会随着膳食盐正指数的一个升高而升高的这样的一个现象。那么由此呢，就得到一个结论：如果对普通的老年人相比，如果说这个中老年人他患抑郁的这样的一个情况呢，他的饮食当中的膳食盐正指数应该是说是更高的。所以说这个膳食盐正指数呢，可以用来评价对中老年人抑郁症状的这样的一个相关联的这么一个因素吧。粗盐的饮食呢，它可能会增加了这个抑郁的一个风险，因此呢，我们对其实这个研究呢，相对来说还是比较简单，人数也不多，所以我想呢，应该还是说有更多的一个队列研究的一些数据来证实这样的一个结果。那么我们这篇文章呢，发表在BMJ Open， 在22年发表的。然后呢，我下面呢介绍第2个的一个研究。这个研究呢，主要是说用这个看这个 BMI 到底在膳食盐正指数和老年抑郁之间呢有没有一个中介作用？因为在前期的一个研究当中呢，我们发现这个老年抑郁的患者，他的膳食盐正指数是比较高的。但是呢，到现在为止，刚才讲了，就是这个证据或者说这个研究呢还是比较有限的，而且呢结果也不是特别一致。在这种情况下呢，我们就对这个它的一个进一步的研究呢做了一个进一步的研究，尤其是呢我们把这个到底BMI 它和膳食盐正指数和抑郁之间有没有起到一个中介作用，然后做了一个研究。那么这个为了做这个研究呢，又引入了另外一个的指标，这个指标呢我们把它叫做经验膳食盐正指数。那么经验膳食盐正指数呢，它是一个新的这样的一个指标。那么这个它是一个假设驱动的，或者是还有经验推导的一个饮食模式。它主要是用来呢评估基于炎症潜力的一些饮食因素。非常重要的一点呢，它是可以标准化和可重复的。所以说在这样的一个指标呢，它就可以规避了一个单一的这样的一个因素，然后呢，在同一个这个研究当中呢，它出现了这样的一个对结局的一个局限性啊。我们又利用了这个我们刚才说的这个我们的一个队列研究的一个基线资料的一个情况呢，然后呢对中介就是对 BMI 的一个中介效应呢进行了研究。那么这个图呢就表示了一个什么呢？就是自变量 X， 如果说它通过这个 M 这个变量呢能够对因变量 Y 产生影响的话，那么我们就会把这个 M 呢叫做中介这个变量，或者是 M 呢它就是叫一个中介效应啊，就是这样的一个就是它这个中介效应呢主要是来看在 X 和 Y 之间有没有存在这个 M 这样的一个效应。 然后呢，我们就用这个以回归为基础的这样的一个中介分析来区分EDI 就是刚才说到的经验的膳食验证指数，然后呢对意义风险的一个直接影响的这么一个分析。然后呢，我们得到了3个参数，这3个参数呢，就是一个是总体的效应，再一个呢就是直接的效应，还有一个间接的效应。那么总体效应呢，它是包括 BMI 的作用的。那么直接效应呢，它不包括 BMI 的作用，但是在间接效应里边呢，它包括了这个 BMI 的一个介导作用，就是那个中间的一个介导作用。这是我们的一个流程图。这个流程图呢，主要是说明了我们是从4845个研究对象里面呢，最后通过纳排的这样的一些要求，然后呢，最后得到了1865个参与对象，然后纳入了最后的一个分析。然后在这个就是对 BMI 中介作用的这样的一个分析当中呢，我们是首先呢是发现了这个高的 DDI 的一个评分呢，它是和高的膳食的这样的一个促炎的这个潜能是密切相关的。和这个第一个四分位间距相比，那么从第2个四分位间距到第4个四分位间距的话呢，那么它表明呢，这个老年人如果说就是中老年人这个指标当中呢，如果说在没有调整 BMI 的时候，因为这个 Model 1和 Model 2呢，它都是在没有调整 BMI 之前，从上到下，它都表现了一个什么呢？就是如果说这个膳食验证指数呢，它越高的话呢，就表现出了一个老年人抑郁症状，它更容易得的这个高风险的这样的一个可能性。好，那么继续呢，它这个表呢是把这个BMI 呢四分位间距以后呢，就发现一个情况。那么这个四分位间距以后呢，我们看一下，这是把这个 BMI 按照四分位间距给它分层。那么EDI 就是经验的膳食验证指数呢，和抑郁之间的这种关系呢，就表现在哪儿了呢？表现在这个超重这肥胖的人群当中，它有反应的。就是如果说我们把这个 BMI 呢给它进行了一个分层，那么就是经验膳食验证指数呢，它会和这个抑郁之间的关系呢，反映在这个肥胖的这些人群当中。好，那么这个下面呢，我们对这个中介效应呢进行了一个分析。首先呢，我们用了一个没有这个DI 和 BMI 交互作用的这样的一个模型，然后呢，发现一个 DI 就是膳食验证指数呢，如果说增加，它和抑郁的这样的一个风险增加是相关的。这种效应的37.12%，它可以由BMI 来解释。那么考虑到这个 BMI 和考虑到 DI 和 BMI 它之间的这种相互作用，然后呢，我们就用了一个能够反映中介效应的一个模型。那么这个模型呢，它结果发现呢，就是 BMI 呢，它的一个可以解释的比例呢，就降低到31.06%。那么这个结果呢，就说明一个什么问题呢？就是这个 BMI 呢，在这个在膳食验证指数和老年抑郁之间的关系当中，它还是起到一定的它有中介的这个作用。当然了，我们这个研究结果呢，它也表明了一个什么呢？就是如果说高的这个促炎的潜能，就是这个膳食呢，如果是高促炎的一个潜能，那么它的这种高的就表现出高的这样的一个抑郁的一个危险性。那么这种关联呢，可能是由这个 BMI 来介导的。那么这篇文章呢，发表在Frontier of Medicine， 这是21年发的。 但是我们紧接着呢就做了第三个研究，前面的研究呢，它是对膳食的这样一个研究，对抗炎的这种饮食或者促炎的饮食进行研究。那么第三个呢，主要是对这个营养素，它和这个膳食的营养素，它和抑郁之间的中老年抑郁之间的一个联系、一个关联的进行一个研究。在这个里面呢，用了一个朗诵回归以及 BKMR 的一个方法。那么朗诵回归呢，后边我会大家介绍。就是朗诵回归呢，它是一个相当于是一个针对高维预测因子的这么一个有效方法。它可以把这个缩小这种变量级，也就是通过降维的这样的一个方式呢，来做分析。那么它这个预测呢，可以降低最小2成带来的这种过度的拟合以及多重的这样的一个贡献性的一个问题。在我们这个研究里边呢，共纳入了22种营养素。为什么只纳入22种营养素呢？因为在中国的这个食物成分表里边呢，只有22种营养素能够被计算出来。当然我们这个营养素的计算呢是通过 FIQ 计算的，所以说在最后的局限性里边呢，FIQ 呢其实还是不是一个计算营养素的一个最好的这样的一个方式，也是它的一个局限性啊。紧接着呢，我介绍一下这个贝叶斯和机器回归。那么贝叶斯和机器回归就是 BKMR 的方法呢，是一种新兴的一个统计方法，它是机器学习当中的一个比较流行的工具，通过1对1的方式呢来映射或者投影从一个数据序列到另外一个数据序列，它可以模拟大量的这个变量与测定结果之间的一个关系。那么它的作用是什么呢？就可以识别混合暴露当中对结集有影响的这样的一个单一因素。同时呢，它也可以评估混合暴露的总体效应，还可以寻找暴露之间的潜在的一个交互作用，因为它正好有这样的一个方式。而且呢 BKMR 它其实最早的应用呢是应用在这个环境污染物对人群健康的影响这一方面。但是呢，我们借鉴这个环境污染物对人群健康影响的这样的一个方式，然后呢把它拿到营养素对健康影响的这个中来吧。就是从这个表当中呢，这个表比较小哈，看起来呢可能不太容易看。然后呢，看是这个它这是一个基线的一个信息。那么在这个研究当中呢，也是有1865个这个研究对象呢被纳入。从有这个没有抑郁的和有抑郁的这些人群当中呢，看是年龄、性别还有居住地呢是他们的一个影响因素。那么我们再接着看呢，从这个营养素的这个结果来看呢，就是这个抑郁和非抑郁的这些人群当中呢，其实大多数的这些营养素都对抑郁或者是非抑郁，就是抑郁和非抑郁之间呢都有一个影响。比如说像这个碳水化合物、蛋白质，还有总脂肪，还有膳食纤维，还有这个饱和脂肪、单不饱和脂肪酸，还有这个多不饱和脂肪酸，尼克酸，维生素 B1、维生素 B2、铁、镁、锌、硒、维生素 E 等等，这些都是在非抑郁的人群和抑郁的人群当中呢，它是两者之间呢有显著性差异的。好，那下面呢，我们就做了一个这个用这个朗诵回归，然后做了一个结果。那么我们通过朗诵回归的这样的一个模型呢，就发现了11种营养素，它是可以显著的和这个抑郁的危险因素呢，抑郁风险呢是相关的。那么这就是它的一个图，就是11种营养素呢和抑郁风险相关。然后呢，我们就做了一个总体的效应，对这个通过对这个11种营养素呢做了一个总体的一个效应。那么这个总体的效应的一个结果呢，发现什么呢？就是我们这个调查的人群，他所对这个膳食的一个评价是总体来说，它是一个促炎的这样的一个膳食是一个促炎的一个膳食，是这样的一个特征。 然后呢，我们就根据这个 DII 的它的一个计算，然后呢，因为 DII 的计算前面我们没有特别详细讲，它是一个通过计算来的。那么根据对 DII 的这样的一个计算方式，我们把这个对抑郁能够产生影响的这11种营养素呢，就给它分成了2个组。其中呢有6个成分呢，它就是一个促炎的营养素，比如说铁、锌、硒、维生素 B1、维生素 B2以及多不饱和脂肪酸。这是一个这6种营养成分呢，它是一个促炎的。那么还有呢，就是5种呢是抗炎的。这5种呢，特别有意思的呢，我们可以根据它的一个这个 DI 的一个计算呢，发现脂肪它也是一个抗炎的一个因素，包括还有呢碳水化合物，还有胆固醇，还有饱和脂肪，还有维生素 B12。所以说，我觉得这个抗炎和促炎呢，它这个计算我不太知道它一定是准确的，或者是说呢，我们传统的这样的一些营养知识里边呢，是不是还存在着一些不太让人知道的这么一些因素？我想呢，将来可能还会有进一步的这个研究然后呢，我们就对这个抗炎的因素和促炎的因素呢，然后和老年人抑郁之间的关系呢，做了一个这个回归分析。然后这个回归分析的一个结果呢，发现促炎的这些饮食呢，它和老年人的抑郁是正相关的，而这个抗炎的这些因素呢，它其实是和非抑郁是正相关的。那么这跟我们的前面的一些结果呢，都是这个都是一致的了。刚才的那个结果呢，也反映了就是我们所有的营养素的整体效果呢，与促炎的这个营养素相比，有显著的差异，就是整体的效果和促炎的营养素相比，它是有显著性差异的。那么这就从另外一个方面呢，反映了一个问题，就是整体的营养素和促炎的营养素之间呢，它一定是有一个引起这个差异的一个原因。那么这个整体的营养素呢，它有促炎的成分，也有抗炎的成分。所以说在之后呢，我们的结果当中呢，也可以说明因为这个混合膳食当中呢，由于它有抗炎的营养素和促炎的营养素共同作用，所以说它们之间最后对人体健康的这样的一个结果呢，存在着一个相互抵消的作用。由此呢，我们就得到这样一个结论吧，就是这个本研究当中的这个饮食呢，整体上来说呢，它是一个促炎的这个膳食。那么由促炎的营养素和抗炎营养素呢是共同来组成的。促炎营养素和抑郁症状的发生呢是成正相关的关系的。那么抗炎的营养素呢和非抑郁症状是成正相关关系的。促炎营养素和抗炎营养素的作用呢，可以相互之间呢是部分抵消的。但是这个结果呢，这是我们自己一个研究当中得出来的一个结论，所以说这个结论呢也还是需要更大规模的一些这个cohort study， 然后呢去证实哈。这篇文章呢发表在了 Journal Inflammation Research， 这是21年发的。好，那么这个其实我就简单介绍了我的3个研究。那么这个研究当中呢，其实它也有一些这种有利的一些方面或者优势我们简单的给大家介绍一下哈。我们这个研究呢，首次把营养素它把这个分为呢抗炎的营养素还有促炎的营养素。然后呢，我们用抗炎和促炎这样的指标呢来评价这个膳食和抑郁之间的一个关系。然后同时呢，我们用了朗诵回归以及BKMR 的回归这样的方法呢，然后呢来减少高维数据的这样的一个预测的误差。同时呢，这个 BKMR 模型呢，它也可以识别一些潜在的交互的作用，然后呢并评估营养抑郁风险之间的一个关系。当然了，这几个研究当中呢，都存在着这个相同的这个局限性吧，就是营养素呢所研究当中所包含的营养素是并不包括所有饮食当中的这个营养素，因为我们能计算出什么来就用了什么，而不是说对所有的营养素呢都有一个整体的这样一个评估。所以这个评估呢，有可能呢会对这个结果呢带来潜在的这样的一个偏差。那么第2个因素呢，我们这个队列呢只是说在河北省 它的数据的，就是我们这个分析呢，都是河北省的这个数据分析，我们并不能，因为大家都知道中国的地域呢非常的广大，那么河北省呢，它的这样的一个数据呢，如果说想代表全国的这个数据的话呢，还是不能准确反映的。那么另外呢，还有就是我们很少有研究这个炎症和炎症的营养素和抑郁症明显之间的这样的一个关系，所以说呢，还需要进一步的一些研究来丰富或者是说来证实我们的这样的一个研究结果。好，我们通过这个对食物膳食炎症指数的这样的一个评价呢，然后呢也发表了几篇文章，基本上呢在这个方面呢发表有6篇文章吧。好，那么我们这个项目呢，它也是得到了很多方面的一个支持。首先呢是这个科技部它的一个资金的一个支持，那么同时呢我们要这个也还要感谢就是中疾控营养所，他们是项目的申报单位，也要感谢这个项目的主持人王志红研究员。同时呢我们也还要感谢这个参与本研究数据收集的所有调查员，几千人的这个数据呢，我们用了很长的时间来收集，然后还要感谢河北省各项目点的这个工作人员的一个辛勤劳动。同时呢，我们也还要感谢这个研究对象的一个大力的配合。如果没有这些人的一个支持，那我们这个项目呢，就是虽然是不大，几千人的这样一个这个小小的队列，而且现在呢只是这个基线的资料，当然呢，那个第2次的追踪呢，数据已经都收集完成了，但是的数据清洗呢还在进行过程中。好，我的这个 speaker 呢我就讲完了，也感谢大家的聆听。那么另外呢，我想呢就是再做一个广告河北医科大学呢位于我们看了就是祖国的京津的这个周边，虽然是说呢受到了京津的影响，我们的人才物可能都用于北京的支援北京的建设比较多，但是呢我想就是支援北京建设也是我们的一份责任，也希望广大的有志于建设河北的同道们来河北工作。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Dr. Wang. Very meaningful talk, a lot of data. We enjoyed it very much. We have a question from Dr. Ling Zhao. What are the top 3 high DII foods in Chinese diet? 3个最高的高粗盐的那个食物大概有哪些在中国？在中国的饮食？
其实这个饮食呢，它的这个评分吧，还是挺，怎么不能？我们对这个食物呢，并没有进行评分，而是说对这个营养素呢进行了一个评分。对食物呢，它是一个整体的效果，没有把它分出来。然后呢，只是对营养素，刚才我说到的这11种营养素，然后呢进行一个分析。其实前面应该还是一个应该是个缺陷的，是个整体的一个评价，没有对每一类的食物进行评价。
谢谢。我觉得 Dr. Zhao 的意思可能是就是可以用那个算出每个食物的，这样他在那个推荐的时候就有一个量化的一个东西。We have another question from our Pakistan friend, Dr. Ijaz Yu Haq. Why this age 55 years or older was selected for the study? Lower age groups may have an association of inflammatory index with depression, as people who are young or middle age have more work-related stress or depression. 他的问题就是说，因为他可能看到那个 table 里面有55岁及以上的，然后他觉得可能中年更容易会有 depression 的问题，因为工作各种方面的原因。
因为我们这个数据呢，其实还是有偏性的，在这个里边呢没有讲太多，它是社区人群。因为现在社区人群当中呢，就是能够配合调查的人，主要是中老年人更多一些。 而我们的中年人呢，你看55岁以上的，相对于有很多人呢就已经退休在家看孩子或者是怎么样，是容易得到这个数据的。而其他的这个人群呢，他就很少，所以我们就没有纳入到里面来。
所以他说的是对的吗？就是老年人里面的 depression，抑郁会少一些吗？还是说也跟中年差不多？
不是，其实他老年人呢更多一些，因为他在这个自己家庭生活当中呢，他可能就是没有这个社会认同感以后呢，他会更多的有这个抑郁症状，其实还不是抑郁症，就是抑郁症状的患病。
Awesome, thank you so much. We have I guess we have a question for time for another question. Could Dr. Ma provide a source data for listing vitamin B1, B2 as pro-inflammatory nutrients? So that's the question has to do with the source of data. And
请帮我解释一下，谢谢。
他是问，就是说他想要这个数据的话，从哪里能得到？您是那个 publicly available， 还是说你们刚收集到的？
这个数据呢，因为我们是有4个省的数据，4个省呢都是在中疾控的营养所他们来牵头做的，但是我觉着中国的数据一般不 share。
就是从 paper 里面也没有一些没有吗？就是
paper 里边会有。但是它的原始数据呢，它是没有呈现的。但是我是觉得，但是我自己这个人呢，我是比较 open 的。如果说大家要是需要这个数据的话呢，我倒可以 share 给需要的人。
Sure. I'll translate for him or her. Dr. Chen, I have a question. Do you think that the way of food processing can impact the inflammation index? 就是食物加工的过程会不会影响这个 inflammation index？
应该会的。应该会的，但是在这个数据收集过程当中呢，没有收集那么全面，所以说这个分析呢，它是一个有缺陷的，还是。
对，因为有很多因素嘛，也不可能说考虑的都收集到哈。
而且还有营养的调查，我觉得是最为复杂的一种调查，而且还往往呢难以得到这个准确的数据。我不知道我们国外的同行是怎么来做这个工作的。
我问这个问题的主要原因是因为这个我们上一份办的那个 ultra processed food and nutrition， 在这里呢，我想在思考的过程中呢，因为你刚才又谈到了你们河北呢，他这个河北人可能吃东西跟别人不一样，我在想是不是
Recording stopped
有一定的影响。
Recording in progress
我以后线下聊。
不太我思考一下哈，因为这个东西呢，好像当时收集数据的时候呢，因为膳食调查这个本身就是很难的一个调查，然后呢，那个有很多数据，有很多信息呢，其实是没有收集到的。河北应该从这个和全国其他地方的一个比较来看呢，就是高油高盐，低就是低蔬菜。这都是我们的一个特点，就是盐的这个摄入量呢，这好几年到现在为止还是10.5克，就是人均10.5克。然后呢，油呢也到了40几克的这样的一个水平，比中国居民的膳食呢推荐量要高出去很多。
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ma. We'll keep that open question. And keep the discussion. Let's move on to our first short presentation, 15-minute presentation. We ask all the speakers to limit your talking within 12 or 30 minutes and then leave 1 or 2 minutes for the questions. So let me introduce Xinlei Guo. Xinlei gained his undergraduate degree in Jilin University and master program at St. Louis University with a research focus epigenetic biomarkers associated with insulin resistance. Since year 2021, he started his PhD career at Texas A&M University, very impressively with this short amount of time. He already participated publication in Journal of Nutritional Biochemistry and another manuscript and preparation, which is I believe that she'll be sharing with us today. So Xinlei, welcome and welcome to join us and share your research today. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Che. Thanks for the introduction, and I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So all's good? Can you see my slides?
Yes, awesome. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk something related to the STIN, that means the stimulator interferon gene. Actually, recently we found that this 7 months of half-diet feeding actually can overturn a protective role of STIN disruption on the obesity-associated liver inflammation. Moment, please. Next slide. As we all know that now the obesity is highly prevalent all over the world, and for the most cases of obesity, actually the primary reason for that should be the long-term period of long-term overnutrition plus the very limited physical activity, and also for some cases actually they also suffer from the genetic issue and the response for the obesity pathogenesis. And it's clearly finding that the obesity is closely associated with that a lot of metabolic conditions and diseases like diabetes, like cardiovascular disease, like chronic liver disease, like many types of cancers. Actually, obesity basically is a direct result from the long-term over excessive food intake, especially the saturated fatty acids, and by the many types of biological processes like activation of toll-like receptor 4, estrase, the macrophage infiltration, the reduction of the inflammatory, the production of inflammatory mediators, that obesity can be considered as a kind of low-grade steroid inflammation, in which actually means the increased production of reactive oxygen species, which are further closely associated with the mitochondrial dysfunction. And dysfunctional mitochondria may be able to secrete the mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA, into the cytosol, which can be sensed or detected by the cGAS, so as to initiate a STIM pathway. You know, the cGAS is a kind of enzyme that can use the ATP, GTP as a substrate to form a dimer called cGAP. cGAP then migrated to the ER membrane to bind with the STIN, then further translocate to the Golgi apparatus, and followed by the stimulation of those pro-inflammatory signals. So now we have an idea that the dysfunctional mitochondria induced by the nutrition can initiate the STIM pathway, and the STIM pathway activation is associated with inflammation. So please, there's an article produced by our lab and published years before that clearly verified that STIM pathway can be initiated by the half diet, and the STIM disruption can be protective during the pathogenesis of NAFO and NASH. That means the STIM disruption can protect the liver from fat deposition as well as the liver inflammation. So here are some results from the staining and the Western blot that to demonstrate the STIM disruption can protect against the half-diet induced lymphoid. And from the HNE staining, you can see half-diet wild-type group and half-diet STIM disruption group. Actually, STIM disruption can protect liver from the fat hepatic steatosis. That means the fat deposition. Also from the F480 staining, you may not be able to distinguish it between these two groups, STIM half-diet group and the STIM wild-type group and the STIM half-diet wild group and the half-diet STIM disruption group. Actually, by the quantifications, we found that actually STIM disruption can protect the liver from the macrophage infiltration. Also, this is a result the results from staining is actually very consistent with the results from the Western blot. The half-diet stain in half-diet groups, stain disruption actually is expressed much less related to the pro-inflammatory signalings like C-junk and the FKB. So that means the stain disruption can protect against the half-diet nanofold aspects. So basically, we have idea that this stain disruption can alleviate obesity-induced NASH aspects under 3 months after the feeding. So 3 months may not be enough to study. We have 3 months may not be good enough. So then we did 7 months after feeding to just want to reflect a long-term cause of human obesity. 7 months after feeding to human, to mice is actually roughly is equal to the 20 years to human. 20 years of overnutrition may be good enough to induce many types of metabolic diseases because of obesity. So this is the study design very simple. We have both the wild type group and the stain disruption group, fed them with half diet for 3 months or 7 months, and limiting their physical activity. After the half diet period, then all the samples were subjected to the sacrifice and the tissue analysis. So this is the results from the body weight analysis and the fat percentage analysis. Under the 3 months of hard feeding, so actually you can see the body weights. You can see this stain disruption can protect mice from the body weight gain, also from the fat mass gain. But after 7 months of hard feeding, stain disruption group actually such a protective role in the body weight gain and the body fat gain is totally gone, disappeared. This kind of protective role totally disappeared. So this is the results from the Western blot. Clearly, we can find that under 3 months after feeding group, stain disruption can be protected from the expression of inflammatory signalings like FKB and the PP38. Well, under the 7 months after feeding groups, you can clearly find there's no differences among the wild type group and the stain disruption group. Also, you can compare these two groups, stain disruption groups under 3 months after feeding and under the 7 months after feeding, actually the inflammation levels significantly increased. Well, actually, this study is still the very initial stage, and more results from staining PCR flow cytometry will come out very soon. And so basically, we have idea that under 3 months after feeding, stain disruption can protect against the obesity-associated liver inflammation, while 7 months overnutrition can totally abolish the protective role of stain disruption in the liver inflammation. So the proposed mechanism responsible for this specific phenomenon should be the liver toxicity. You can see the under 3 months of hard feeding, actually, the stain disruption can protect the mice from the weight gain. That means the liver, whatever liver and all other tissues, actually, they didn't head to the maximum capacity of lipid accumulation. If you continue to feed them with half diet, and then the body weight will gain more and more. That means the mice can be protected from the lipid toxicity. Well, under the 7 months of hard feeding, actually, tissues like a liver actually already had to their maximum capacity of lipid accumulation. So under these cases, the lipid toxicity is very strong. Free fatty acids may directly attack the macrophage and regulate macrophage M1 polarization. Also, the lipid toxic hepatocytes also can generate a lot of detrimental factors that to regulate the macrophage polarization, to be specific, to regulate, to induce the M1 polarization. So our future plan is to generate the myeloid cells, disruption mice, and feed them with half diet together with control mice for 7 months or even longer time, and then subject to the body weight and percent liver inflammation examinations. And also we will run flow cytometry to analyze the macrophage amount and also the M1 to M2 ratio to analyze the macrophage profiles. Yeah. So this is my study so far, and any questions and comments?
Thank you so much, Xinlei. I don't see any questions in the chat box yet, so I guess you may have been very clear. For your follow-up flow cytometry, what kind of markers you're thinking, and also does Wu Lab have flow cytometry, or do you use a core facility? Thank you.
Yeah, our lab have the facility to have the equipment to run flow cytometry. Actually, we hypothesize that actually under the 7 months after feeding, actually the M2 is decreased a lot and M1 increased a lot. Also, that means the M1 to M2 ratio is increased significantly. And also, the total amount of macrophage may reduce a little bit. We just guess like this because the free fatty acids may directly attack the macrophage, and also these detrimental factors generated from the lipotoxic hepatocytes will also attack the macrophage.
Gotcha. So it looks like you're gonna tackle the macrophage markers as well as the M1, M2 markers. So you will have the numbers and ratios in the same way. Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
If you could stop sharing there, I will introduce to our next speaker for the 5-minute short talk. Jifeng Yang from he gained his undergrad and master's degree both in Jinan University, Guangzhou. Currently, Jifeng Yang is a PhD candidate in the 3rd affiliated hospital of Sun Yat-sen University. His research field is the roles of ER function in metabolic diseases. And he has 1 patent and 1 paper under revision with the Journal of Nutritional Biochemistry. Great job, Jifeng. And with that, please join me and welcome Jifeng Yang for his talk.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chai. Thanks for your introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Jifeng from the 3rd Affiliated Hospital of Sun Yat-sen University. My supervisor is Professor Shi Guojun. It is my great honor to have a presentation here. Today, I'm going to introduce my project about characterization of dietary and herbal compounds that modulate cellular HER1 ERAT activity and alleviates protein misfolding in the ER. As we know, most of metabolic diseases are caused by the destruction of peptide hormones. The deficiency of peptide hormones leads to the occurrence of metabolic disease. For example, if a baby was born with a mutation of insulin gene, such as C19-6Y, which make proinsulin could not be folded properly and form an aggregation of misfolded proinsulin in islets, and leads to the occurrence of neonatal diabetes mellitus. The other example is in neuron system. The misfolded pro-AVP cause an accumulation in the ER and leads to central diabetes insipidus. All the peptide hormones are synthesized and processed in the ER, including pro-AVP. It has 8 disulfide bonds, which is complicated to be folded in proper way. Hence, ER has a crucial protein quality control system, including unfolded protein response, UPR, ER-associated degradation, ERAD, or we call ERAT, and autophagy. Cellular HER1 ERAT is the key mechanism for degrading unfolded or misfolded protein in the ER to maintain physiological functions. In other words, unfolded or misfolded peptide hormones are degraded by cellular HER1 ERAT. The deficiency of ERAT leads to the dysfunction of peptide hormones, such as in the ERAT deficient beta cells, proinsulin aggregates in the ER, and the secretion of insulin is decreased. And our previous study showed that mice with AVP neuron-specific cellular knockout, the secretion of AVP is impaired. Hence, cellular HER1 is a potential treatment target for peptide hormones-related disease. However, clinical drugs that target ERAT are still limited. Natural compounds derived from herb or food are valuable for us to discover new drugs. And in 2020, the crystal structure of CL1 HER1 protein complex was reported. This study revealed that CL1 has a pocket structure at the interface of CL1 and HER1 protein, which is a native binding site for small molecular. Thus, the current computing technology and structure database advancements provides us with the opportunity to perform drug screening by targeting CL1 HER1 protein complex, which contributes to the discovery of prodrugs for the treatment of peptide hormones-related disease. So there are 3 objectives in this study. The first one is performing virtual screening to identify natural compounds that regulate ERAD activity. And the second one is verifying the effect of natural compounds on ERAD. And finally, test the efficacy and function of the natural compounds that alleviates the accumulation of misfolded peptide hormones in the ER. Here is the first part, drug screening. As I mentioned before, CL1 has a native pocket which is suitable for drug screening. So we perform virtual screening by targeting that pocket and found that there are 4 sites so high affinity with small molecular. After 3 rounds of rigorous screening, finally, 58 dietary or herbal sourced compounds were identified by virtual screening. Here is the list of these 58 candidate compounds. The next step is to verify the effect of these natural compounds on ERAD activity. First of all, we should know how to evaluate the activity of ERAD. As we know, a large number of proteins are synthesized and processed in the ER. It is easy to produce unfolded or misfolded proteins. Unfolded or misfolded proteins are recruited by chaperone and activate UPR, including IRE1 alpha. Activated IRE1 alpha would generate a transcription factor SBP1S by removing an intron of SBP1U. SBP1S is a transcription factor which would initiate the expression of ERAD-related genes, including CL1 and HER1. However, activated IRE1 alpha is a substrate of ERAD, means that IRE1 alpha would be degraded by ERAD to prevent the overactivation of UPR. So there is a negative feedback regulation between UPR and ERAD. The relationship between IRE1 alpha SBP1S pathway and CL1 HER1 ERAD just like a loop. Hence, the expression level of IRE1 alpha SBP1S, CL1 and HER1 could be the indicators of ERAD activity. Here, we constructed a SBP1S reporter. This reporter would remove an intron to simulate the generation of SBP1S in cells under stress condition and leads to a frame shift, which allow the expression of fluorescent amnio green. So we can test the effect of compounds on ERAD activity by the change of fluorescent intensity, which could be detected by flow cytometry. And finally, 4 candidate compounds were identified in this way. In order to find the compounds that have a comprehensive effect on ERAD activity, next, we tested by Western blot and used the expression level of key proteins in regulating ERAD pathway as indicators, including CL1, HER1, IRE1 alpha, and SBP1S. And finally, 3 candidate compounds that significantly affect the activity of ERAD were identified by Western blot. So combinedly, we got 7 candidate compounds that have a comprehensive and significant effect on ERAD activity. We use molecular docking to simulate the binding patterns of candidate compounds to CL1 protein. And we found that among these 7 candidates, CCA has the strongest affinity with CL1 protein. CCA is a natural compounds that enrich in TCM herb and food, such as honeysuckle and mulberry. So next, we want to test the efficacy of CCA by using protein folding model in vitro and in vivo. As I mentioned before, pro-AVP contains 8 disulfide bonds, which make pro-AVP is complicated to be folded properly and tends to be misfolded. And our previous studies proved that misfolded pro-AVP is degraded by CL1 HER1 ERAD. So here we use pro-AVP as a protein folding model in our study. If we overexpress Y-type pro-AVP in cells, a few percentage of pro-AVP would form high molecular weight aggregation. If we overexpress G15-7S, the mutant pro-AVP in cells, all the mutant pro-AVP would accumulate in the ER and form high molecular weight pro-AVP. When the Y-type and mutant pro-AVP were co-transfected into cells at the same time, due to the active disulfide bonds, the mutant pro-AVP would attack the Y-type pro-AVP and both aggregate in the ER. However, these high molecular weight pro-AVP aggregation were decreased by CCA treatment over time. CCA alleviates the accumulation of misfolded pro-AVP in the ER. However, there are two possible reasons for the decrease of high molecular weight pro-AVP. One is the expression level is decreased. The other one is the degradation is increased. In order to find out why the aggregation of pro-AVP will decrease after CCA treatment, we treated the cell with CHX to inhibit the synthesis of protein, and the content of mutant pro-AVP is significantly decreased after CCA treatment, suggested that CCA may promote the degradation of misfolded pro-AVP. And if we use LS102 and HRD1 inhibitor to block the ERAD activity, the efficacy of CCA was disappeared, suggested that the efficacy of CCA is dependent on ERAD activity. We also detect the content of well-folded pro-AVP in medium to find out whether the maturation and secretion of pro-AVP is improved due to the effect of mutant pro-AVP is weakened. The results show that CCA promotes the maturation and secretion of pro-AVP. And based on the above cell experiments, we proved that CCA enhances ERAD activity and alleviates the aggregation of misfolded protein by promoting its degradation in vitro. However, we all wonder that is CCA also effective in vivo? So next, we tested the efficacy of CCA in vivo. The first question is how to construct a protein misfolding model in vivo. Tunicamycin, TM is a glycosylation inhibitor that targets liver, and alpha-1 antitrypsin is a highly glycosylated protein that enriched in liver. Thus, administration of TM in mice would cause a liver injury and inhibits the process of glycosylation, resulting in aggregation of misfolded alpha-1 antitrypsin. Many studies have proved that misfolded alpha-1 antitrypsin is degraded by ERAD. So here we constructed a protein misfolding model in mice liver by TM injection and tested the efficacy of CCA in vivo. The results show that after TM injection, the unglycosylated and high molecular weight alpha-1 antitrypsin are increased, while CCA treatment alleviates TM-induced misfolded and aggregated alpha-1 antitrypsin in mice liver. At the same time, the safety of CCA should be considered. The half-life of CCA in vivo is about 5 hours, while ALT and AST level do not show difference, indicating that CCA would not cause liver injury in this dose. Here is the summary of this study. First, we performed drug screening by targeting cell pocket and identify CCA, which is derived from herb and food, as an ERAD activity regulator. And we demonstrated that CCA promotes the degradation of misfolded pro-AVP in the ER and facilitated the maturation and secretion of well-folded pro-AVP in cells. And in vivo experiments, we proved that CCA protect mice liver from TM-induced protein misfolding. These results suggested that CCA has a potential application in the treatment of peptide hormones-related disease. This study was instructed by Professor Shi Guojun and Professor Chen Yanming and supported by this funding. Thanks for your attention. Anyone have a question?
Thank you so much, Jifeng. It's a great job. I don't see any questions in the chat box so far. Oh, there's a question from Dr. Zhou. What are the CCS levels in those two herbs?
It is hard to say. You know, the TCM herb is complicated, and CCA is one of the major extract of this herb, but the exactly level of CCA in those two herbs is unclear. Maybe I can find more data and I can explain this later.
Yeah, thank you, Jifeng. And I assume that would be like seasonal differences and maybe different places. You know, this level could range a little bit, but yeah, thank you. We are falling behind on the agenda a little bit. My apologies to our colleagues in China. I know it's very late now, but try to stay in tune, and we have a social session after all the scientific talks. And for Jifeng and other students like you, if you're interested in postdoc study in the US, we have several professors online. The social network session will be perfect for those interactions. Next, I will welcome Guanying Bianca Xu. She gained both her bachelor and master's degree at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, UIUC, and continue to be a doctoral candidate there with a major in human nutrition and a minor in statistics under the supervision of Professor Hong Chen. She is currently supported by prestigious Philip L. and Juneta Fitzer Francis Fellowship in Health and Wellness. She just presented her work at EB this year, supported by a Graduate Student Research Award from American Society for Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. Besides those awesome academic achievements, I'd also like to take the chance to thank her for her contribution to our branding and marketing of this conference, especially those beautiful visuals that you will see from here and there. The background website, and basically all the beautiful things you see is actually made by her. So definitely pay attention. Her doctoral work explores interactions between intestinal immune system and epithelial cells in a colitis mouse model. Her study involves the advanced next generation sequencing technology and data analysis using high performance computational cluster, highlighting her background in both molecular biology and statistics. It's our great pleasure to have you here today, Bianca. I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Chai. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So looks okay?
Yes, awesome.
Sounds good. Thank you, and good morning and good evening to you, depending on where you are. Today, I'm very honored and thrilled to present my study. Title was Integrated Stress Response Pathway Regulates Serotonin Secretion in Chronic Enteroendocrine Cells During the Development of Colitis. So before I start, I just want to make a disclaimer that this project is still at a very early stage. Therefore, all data presented here are still preliminary data, and they may seem a little bit raw and rough. So I just want to share it with you because I think it holds some potentials. If after my presentation, you would like to share any thought on the research direction or study design or anything else, please feel free to contact me through the email that I also put here in the slide. Any feedback, it's greatly appreciated. Thank you in advance. Okay, so to begin, I will briefly introduce you with the two main concepts involved in this study. One is the enteroendocrine cells. We know that gastrointestinal epithelium is functioning as the largest barrier separating the mammalian host from external environment. And enteroendocrine cells, also known in short, EECs, is one of the cell lineages identified on gastrointestinal epithelium, functioning mainly to produce one or more hormone or hormone-like substances, such as gastrin, histamine, serotonin, glucagon-like peptides, all those familiar names actively involved in the nutrient metabolism. And on the other hand, the integrated stress response, or ISR, it's an evolutionarily conserved intracellular signaling network that helps cells, tissues, or organism to respond to diverse stress so they can adapt to variable environment and maintain health. So when we think about inflammatory bowel disease or colitis or just intestinal inflammation in general, it is reasonable to assume that the ISR signaling in epithelial cells is regulated or manipulated. However, literature evidence related to this topic is limited. Therefore, we have this study designed to investigate the ISR signaling in epithelial cells during the development of colitis using single-cell RNA sequencing in a genetic knockout mouse model, which I will briefly describe in the next slide. We hypothesize that the increase of cellular stress during colon inflammation would trigger ISR in epithelial cells, affecting the cell dynamics, which intervenes with metabolic processes such as hormone secretion. So this animal model we use is called intestinal epithelial cell specific HNRNPI knockout mouse model, which was generated to induce early onset of spontaneous colitis and followed by development of invasive colorectal cancer. Due to the time limit, I could not provide a very detailed description on how this mouse model was generated and through which mechanism it induces colitis. However, I can tell you that compared to the most popular and commonly used dextrin sodium sulfate or DSS induced colitis model, our genetic knockout model has three advantages in terms of research. The first one is there's no sex differences observed in the mouse model we have, and second is our genetic knockout model requires immune cells from lamnopropria to induce the colitis, so that we can also monitor the cell-to-cell communication between epithelial cells and local immune cells. And the third is this mouse model does not cause systemic inflammation because the knockout is down to intestinal epithelial cells only. And if you are interested in this mouse model, please feel free to check the reference I listed here. It's a publication from our collaborators, Dr. May. We used whole colon tissue for cell isolation from the wild type and knockout mouse. And we did single cell RNA sequencing library construction through 10x genomics. Sequencing data was analyzed by our package called Surat. And we also did immune fluorescence staining for the colon section to confirm the protein expression. Okay. So move on to our results part. We identified a total of 18 cell clusters as shown in this figure based on their marker genes using 2 published databases. However, we also have to manually assign some of the cell clusters ourselves. For example, the myeloid progenitors. By this point, it's still I guess it's a mixing of many different marker genes that the database cannot recognize it. So for now, I will still call it myeloid progenitors until we found something different. You may notice that I highlighted some of the clusters with a rectangle. The reason I highlighted them is because after normalization to the cell density, we found that the proportions of these 4 cell clusters has significantly increased in knockout mouse colon compared to wild type. And interestingly, 2 of them belong to epithelial cell lineages, the tough cells and EEC cells, and the other 2 of them belongs to immune cells, the ILC, which stands for innate lymphoid cells, and myeloid progenitor. So we focus for now on the enteroendocrine cell, the EEC cells, because as mentioned before, it's an essential cell type for nutrient metabolism. And we wonder how and why the proportion of EEC increased in the colitis mouse model. So first, we want to confirm the results. Using the immunofluorescence staining, we visualized the EEC cells using anti-chromogranin A, which also ensures CHGA, a universal marker for EEC. And as you can see in the left panel, the blue color in those 2 pictures stains nuclei, while the green color stains for a CHGA. It is visually higher that the knockout mice colon has more CHGA positive cells compared to the wild type. And we also did quantification to confirm it is a significant difference. So it's consistent with our single cell RNA sequencing data, meaning that we can proceed to the next step. So the next step, we wonder, could it be ISR signaling that helps EEC to adapt to the inflammation and survive through it, leading to an increased proportion? So we examined the ATF4 expression only in the EEC cluster, which is the beauty of single-cell RNA sequencing, because you can be very specific on which type of cells you want to analyze in terms of gene expression. And we found that the average expression level of ATF4 significantly increased in knockout EEC cluster compared to wild type. In other words, there were more EECs expressing higher level of ATF4. And ATF4 is known as the upstream transcription factor in ISR, as I shown in the diagram on the right panel. ATF4, in responding to external stimuli, regulates expression of adaptive or pro-apoptotic targets through ATF3, ATF5, and CHOP. For now, we only examine ATF3, but more experiments are planned. For ATF3, because its activity is modulated at post-translational level, so instead of comparing the gene expression, we choose to stain anti-ATF3 with immunofluorescence to compare the protein expression. In the left panel, as shown in those 2 pictures, the blue color stains for nuclei and green color stains for ATF3. We haven't finished the quantification yet. However, visually measured, the ATF3 activity level in knockout mouse colon seemed to be higher. So I propose that, as demonstrated in the right panel diagram, the inflammation processes increases the cellular stress, which upregulates ATF4 expression, consequently activates ATF3. ATF3 is a transcription factor that could trigger expression of adaptive genes, which helps EEC to adapt to the inflammatory environment better than other cell lineages. Therefore, the EEC proportion increases in the colitis model. Again, this is very preliminary schematics and that I have in my mind. I know that there are still many dots need to be connected together, and obviously there are some missing pieces for this puzzle. So instead of providing you a concrete answer, I just want to share a potential research direction. So moving on, one follow-up question we have is what is the consequences of increased EEC proportion? Because it is a secretory epithelial cell lineage, we assume the hormones produced by EEC might also be increased in the colitis model we have. So we measure serotonin not in the bloodstream, but in the colon itself. And we found that the serotonin presented in colon as shown in the two pictures on the left panel stained by red color, it's significantly higher in knockout mice compared to wild type. This is what we have expected. So, it's just one of the hormones that produced by EEC. So there could be some more targets that we haven't found yet. So that's why I feel like this is a topic that holds some potential, especially in nutrient metabolism pathway, as well as the gut-brain axis function. So to conclude, we found in this study, for now, we found that proportion of two intestinal epithelial cell lineages, the EEC and TUF cells, and proportion of two immune cell lineages, myeloid progenitor and innate lymphoid cells, significantly increased in our colitis model. The increase of EEC proportion is potentially resulted from integrative stress response triggered by the ADF4, ADF3 axis dependent pro-survival cell adaptation and stress relief. And we found that, and we suspect that the increase of EEC proportion possibly can regulate the metabolism and gut microbiome because it leads to increased serotonin presented in colon. So yeah, so that's the end of the presentation. Thank you for your time and for your attention.
Thank you so much, Bianca. To go back to your conclusion slide, I think that answers Dr. Lin Zhao's question perfectly. Her question is there differences in number and identity of cell classes in the intestines between wild type and knockout mice? So I think your conclusion slide would be a good answer.
Okay, so is there a different number? Right, so that's the first one. So there's TUF cells, EEC cells, that's two epithelial cell lineages, and there's myeloid progenitor and innate lymphoid cells. That's the other two immune cell lineages that shows difference. They all increase in knockout compared to wild type in the colon.
Thank you. Another question we have in the chat, I believe Dr. Wu. A question is if there is any chance to analyze cell-to-cell talk.
Yes, we did. It's in my other story plan for this project. We have found a R package that can analyze based on the expression of the ligand and receptor pair to identify the possibility of cell-to-cell communication between different clusters. And that is why we are very excited to learn more about how the immune cells communicate with the epithelial cells, because traditionally most studies are done in immune cells to figure out how the immune responses were initiated during the colitis development. However, because the epithelial cells, they are the actual first responder to the changes. So it will be very interesting to learn how they pass that signal to immune cells so that they can initiate the responses following the communication.
Yes. Our lab do single cell a lot, so I know several packages to do, this cross-talking. As you mentioned, we have a lot of ligand receptor established, so those packages will take advantage of that. But feel free to let me know. My question is, you mentioned the myeloid progenitor lineage class you identified. What markers do they have that make you think they're progenitors? Is that Ki67 or is that CD34?
CD34 is one of them, yes. Okay. And I think it's more like a mix of different immune cell, but CD34 is definitely one of the top. That's why I put it.
Right.
I categorize that into the myeloprogenitor for now.
Yeah, that makes sense because your focus will be on the secretory cells. So you have all those information on the side, but there are the very abundant sources that it could lead to a different doctoral project.
Yes.
Do you think, because I noticed that myeloid progenitor population also increased in the knockout. Do you think, because for the mice, I would assume a lot of the annotation already established. Is that because the knockout is kind of a new kind of strain? I don't know. Maybe that cause, they're not as well identified, well annotated so far.
I think that could be.
What's the background of that knockout mice, the strain? Like C57,
C57.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the strain wouldn't be the problem. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the knockout causing some new population, and you also see an increase in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. My other suggestion would be, I don't know if you have done like subclustering. So maybe in this myeloid progenitor or the ILC, you can do some subclustering because, for example, ILC1 will be the bad guy, ILC3 will be the good guy in terms of colitis. So if you need, I can share with you the code for those subclustering methods.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, keep in touch. Thank you. And then we'll move on to our next speaker. Dr. Dongxia Wang. So Dongxia Wang gained her PhD degree from Tongji Medical College, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. She is currently a lecturer and postdoc at the School of Public Health of Hebei Medical University. She is engaged in the research related to nutrition and diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. She has participated in some projects of the National Natural Science Foundation of China, chaired several provisional projects, and published several SCI papers in American Journal of Physiology, Endocrinology and Metabolism, and Journal of Nutritional Biochemistry, to name a few. Without further ado, please join me and welcome Dr. Wang.
Thank you, Dr. Tia's introduction. I feel honored to have this opportunity to present my research here. I'm Dongxia Wang from the School of Public Health of Hebei Medical University. The topic of my speech today is ameliorative effect and the mechanism of 1,25-dihydroxyvitamin D3 on renal injury in spontaneously diabetic rats. According to the latest IDF data, about 537 million adults aged between 90 and 79 years have diabetes. However, China ranks first with about 140.9 million adults with diabetes. Sorry. The prevalence of diabetes in adults ranges from 9 to 12% in China. Therefore, the diabetic nephropathy means diabetes. That means that is serious macrovascular complications of diabetes rights. About 20 to 40% of people with diabetes will develop diabetic nephropathy. later in life. The prevalence of end-stage renal disease is up to 10 times higher in people with diabetes than non-diabetic with the nephropathy. The pathogenesis of diabetic nephropathy is complex, and it is clear that hyperglycemia can cause renal damage by pro-oxidant and pro-inflammatory, pro-fibrotic, and pro-apoptotic. Vitamin D is an set variable vitamin. About 90% is converted from 7-dehydroxy to lactose by exposure to UVB, and about 10% is from that. Vitamin D3 is binding to vitamin D binding proteins to transform to liver and kidneys to characterize 25 hydroxy vitamin D and 125 dehydroxy vitamin D. 125 dehydroxy vitamin D3 is the active form of vitamin D. It exerts its biological effects via binding vitamin D receptor. Previous study have shown that vitamin D plays an important role in calcium homeostasis and maintaining bone health. At present, vitamin D has a wider non-skeletal biological effects, such as regulating cell growth, proliferation, differentiation, immune modulation, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant, and so on, and is closely associated with cancer, diabetes, and hypertension and kidney disease. Next, we reviewed the progress about vitamin D and type 2 diabetes or diabetic nephropathy. Data from numerous observational studies have shown that vitamin D deficiency is common in patients with type 2 diabetes, and that low serum vitamin D levels increase the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. While clinical intervention studies indicate that the role of vitamin D in the prevention or treatment of diabetes is controversial. From this, we can conclude that the majority of those who achieve glycemic improvement are vitamin D deficient, but few studies have spotted vitamin D deficiency being taken into account in studies of vitamin D supplementation and type 2 diabetes. Similarly, about a growing number of cross-sectional studies have shown that vitamin D deficiency is more severe in diabetic nephropathy patients. Animal study show that VDR knockout accelerates the onset of diabetic nephropathy. However, a recent RCT doesn't support the idea that vitamin D supplementation prevents diabetic nephropathy. It is worthy that the majority of subjects in this study were not vitamin D deficient. To mirror the role of vitamin D, future studies need to consider baseline vitamin D levels. However, there are ethical challenges of giving placebo to patients with no vitamin D deficiency. Therefore, the research objectives of this study are as follows. First, does vitamin D supplementation delay the development of type 2 diabetes in a vitamin D deficient model diabetes? Second, does vitamin D supplementation delay the progression of diabetic nephropathy in a vitamin D deficient model of diabetes? Third, does vitamin D improve diabetic nephropathy through antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-fibrotic effects? This study divided into two parts. On the basis of vitamin D deficiency, the role of vitamin D supplementation on type 2 diabetes and diabetic nephropathy were observed respectively. The title of part 1 is ameliorative effect of active vitamin D on disorders of glucolipid metabolism in diabetic rights. About 46-week-old male Zucker diabetic rights were randomly divided into 4 groups. Diabetic group, vitamin D low, medium, and high groups. Another 10 Zucker lean group, Zucker lean rights were served as the control group. All rights were fed with the vitamin D deficient diet. Vitamin D was administered at the doses of 2, 8, and 18 microgram per kilogram body weight, back average every other day for 7 weeks. We found that active vitamin D reduced the body weight and improved the diabetes-related characteristics in diabetic rights. From the figure 2, we conclude that active vitamin D ameliorated the urine glucose and serum glucose. Second, another result is that active vitamin D can decrease insulin resistance and improve the glucose tolerance and increase the insulin sensitivity in diabetic rights. As for lipid metabolism, we find that active vitamin D reduced the serum PG levels and increased the adiponectin levels in diabetic rights. Besides, the serum 125 dehydroxyvitamin D3 is positively associated with the supplementation doses, especially in high dose group. The title of part 2 is the protective effect of 125 dehydroxyvitamin D3 on renal injury in diabetic rights. The animal experiments are the same as part 1. Urinary trace element metabolism indexes show that active vitamin D decreased the urinary excretion of copper, zinc, selenium, and molybdenum in ZDF rights, which suggests that the urinary excretion of trace elements in diabetic rights may be associated with the kidney impairment. We therefore investigated the effect of vitamin D on the kidney. As for renal function, we found that active vitamin D can reduce the ratio body rate and serum creatinine in the ZDF rights. Besides, we found that active vitamin D reduced the urinary MABL, UACR, and urinary creatinine levels in ZDF rights. Next, we detected HE staining and TM. The results suggest that active vitamin D decreased the glomerular diameter area and GVM thickness and mitigated foot fusion in ZDF rights. PS staining results show that active vitamin D reduced the glomerular messenger area and alleviated tubular dilation in ZDF rights. We further detected the renal oxidative message and inflammation and fibrosis of the kidney in the diabetic rights. We found that active vitamin D decreased the renal or MDA and ROS levels and increased the GSH content in ZDF rights. As for renal oxidative damage, we also found active vitamin D attenuated renal oxidative biomarkers such as 4-HNE and 8-hydroxy-DG. Renal inflammation results show that active vitamin D decreased the expression of NF-kappa B, TNF-alpha, IL-6, IL-18, and IL-33 in the ZDF rights. And renal fibrosis results also show that the high expression of renal fibrotic proteins of ZDF rights was partially reversed in low dose group. The result is same as Martian's staining. Therefore, our research revealed that active vitamin D alleviated glucose and lipid metabolism disorders in vitamin D deficient diabetic rights, most significantly at medium and high doses. Besides, active vitamin D attenuated renal injury in vitamin D deficient diabetic rights, improvement in renal function, renal tissue structure, renal oxidative damage, and inflammatory response. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Wang. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. I don't think we have any questions. So it's so late in China now in terms of time. So why don't we move on to our next speaker? If you could stop your sharing screen. Let me see. Okay. Our next speaker is Wendy Yao. She gained her undergrad and master's degree both in clinical medicine from University of South China and Sun Yat-sen University, respectively. And then now she's pursuing her PhD in the third affiliate hospital of Sun Yat-sen University. Her research field is the role of STING pathway in meta-inflammation disorders. And she has one manuscript under revision with the Journal of Nutritional Biochemistry. Zhe Yao, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everyone. I'm Wendy Yao from the third affiliated hospital of Sun Yat-sen University. And it's a great honor for me to have this opportunity giving presentation of my research here. And my research is mainly about the mechanism underlying hyperlipidemia-induced inflammation. And my topic today is hyperlipidemia induces pro-inflammatory responses by activating STING pathway through iron alpha XP1 in retinal endothelial cells. And I will put my research project from these 3 parts: background, result, and summary. And let's begin with the background of this research. As we know that the prevalence of excessive nutrient-related disease is including cardiovascular disease, NAFLD, obesity, diabetes, especially type 2 diabetes, has been rising in the recent years. And numerous researchers have reported that nutrient energy stress, such as hypoglycemia, hyperlipidemia induces inflammation, also called metainflammation, plays a very important role in pathogenesis of these diseases. As in diabetes, as what our group concerned, its prevalence nearly doubled in past 20 years. While the main reason of diabetes affects the quality of life of patients suffer from different stages of microvascular complications, including diabetic retinopathy, diabetic nephropathy, and diabetic peripheral neuropathy. And diabetic retinopathy, or DR for short, is one of the most important among them. Nowadays, 1/3 of diabetic patients suffer from different stages of retinopathy. In the latest 30 years, the incidence of DR is increased nearly 6 times, and it has become the leading cause of vision loss in working age adults. While over the past decades, a few specific treatments for DR have been developed. Even so, the treatment for early stage of DR so far are not effective. Nowadays, there are still lack efficient treatment targeting retina microvasculature at early stages. As we mentioned before, that at the beginning, nutrient energy stress induces systemic low-grade inflammation is a feature of most metabolic disease. In retina, systemic and local apparent persistence of inflammation induced by hyperglycemia and hyperlipidemia also promotes DR progression. But several clinical studies have found that even patients with good blood glucose control are still unable to effectively control the progression of DR. So targeting the hyperlipidemia-induced inflammation in retinal microvasculature should be a promising way to explore. So here we propose an innate immune pathway, the STING pathway, and it is also upstream of the NACAN, which has been proved to be involved in the pathological process of DR. STING was first identified and as defender for anti-DNA viral infection. Once it is activated, it promotes TBK1 and ICAP phosphorylation and the recruitment of the transcriptional factors IF3 and NACAN, and then induces inflammatory response. And STING pathway was closely related to vasculopathy. A representative example is the disease caused by STING gain-of-function mutant called SAVI, and its major pathological changes are in blood vessels, in skin, and the lung. And besides, in recent years, STING has been demonstrated as a pathogenetic factor in tissues closely related to metabolism, such as liver, adipose tissue, and macrovasculature. All these researchers have demonstrated that STING was activated by cytosolic mitochondrial DNA, which increased under metabolic stress condition and plays a role in promoting the development of these diseases. So we wonder whether STING also play a role in the pathogenesis of diabetic retinopathy, and if the answer is yes, and how it gets involved. So based on this, we explore the following experiments. First, to demonstrate the involvement of STING in pathogenesis of DR, we draw a mRNA expression profile of STING by reanalyzing an open-access single-cell RNA-seq raw data of mouse retina. The results show that STING was highly expressed in vascular endothelial cells and parasites. And this result was also confirmed in another public protein database, which also showed that STING expression levels were remarkably high in endothelial cells. And we validate the STING expression pattern in mouse retina flat mount and confirm the high level of STING expression in retinal vasculature. Then we wonder whether STING is activated in retinal endothelial cells under hyperlipidemia. Then we fed mice with high diet, and we found both of STING and the downstream TBK1 phosphorylation were elevated significantly in endothelial cells from the retinas of high diet mice. This result confirmed that the STING pathway was activated in mice retinal vessels under hyperlipidemia. And next, we conduct the in vitro experiments on human retinal endothelial cells, or short for HRVECs, to confirm the results in vivo. And we treat HRVECs with palmitic acid and then evaluated the status of STING pathway by detecting TBK1 phosphorylation, IF3 nuclear translocation, and the interferon beta and the TNF-alpha inflammatory cytokines transcription. All these results indicated that lipotoxicity promotes STING signaling activation in endothelial cells. So we confirmed that STING pathway was activated in retina endothelial cells under lipotoxicity. Then we wonder the mechanism of the underlying the STING pathway activated under lipotoxicity. As we introduced before, STING is activated by double-strand DNA, and the most common source of double-strand DNA in metabolic disease was mitochondrial DNA. So firstly, we explored whether there exists the same mechanism in our case. And indeed, we found that the amount of double-strand DNA in the cytosol was significantly increased, and cytosolic DNA was isolated and identified to be mitochondrial DNA. This indicating that PA promoted mitochondrial DNA leakage into the cytosol, and we also detected the mitochondrial membrane potential and found it was significantly lower after PA treatment, represented by weaker J aggregation and stronger J monomer. Collectively, we confirmed that PA promoted mitochondrial DNA leakage in HRVECs, and it may contribute to STING pathway activation. But as we know that it is a well-known mechanism of STING activation, well, we would like to know, is there any unknown mechanism underlying STING pathway activation under lipotoxicity in retinal endothelial cells? Since STING is a protein anchors on ER membrane at its resting state, and many researchers have reported that STING is closely related to ER stress sensors. So we postulated that the homeostasis of ER may affect STING activation. So firstly, we need to confirm whether ER homeostasis is disturbed under PA treatment in HRVECs. So we detect the protein level of spliced XPP1, CHOP, and BAFE, which were downstream markers of the three canonic pathway of ER stress. And the results show that all of them were increased significantly under PA treatment, and the XP1 splicing ratio was also upregulated under PA treatment, indicating that in HRVECs, lipotoxicity induced ER stress. So we used the subscogging to induce ER stress in HRVECs and found that TG also promoted TBK1 phosphorylation, IF3 translocation, and the interferon beta and TNF-alpha transcription. So these results indicating that chemical-induced ER stress facilitated the STING pathway activation. As was shown before, ER stress consists of three different pathways. So next, we examined whether elevation of ER stress through inhibiting these branches respectively suppress STING activation, and which branch might play a dominant role in triggering STING pathway. Then we use form AC inhibiting X1 splicing, PERK-I restrain CHOP elevation, and CPA7 suppress the BAFE induction, which represented the inhibition of iron alpha, PERK, and ATF6 activation, respectively. Then we examined the status of STING pathway and found that form AC significantly diminished the TB-induced TBK1 phosphorylation, indicating that iron alpha branch might play an important role in stress-induced STING activation. So to further confirm the role of iron alpha in STING activation and to explore the off-target effect of pharmacological inhibitors, we transient knockdown of endogenous iron alpha by siRNA and knock out iron alpha by CRISPR-Cas9 system in HRVECs, and consistent with the above results, the level of TG-induced phosphatidylK1 protein were lower, and the induction of interferon beta transcription was reduced in iron alpha deficient HRV6. So we confirmed the STING pathway was activated through iron alpha XPP1 branch under chemical-induced ER stress. To determine whether STING pathway activation was also regulated by iron alpha XPP1 branch under liver toxicity condition. So we pre-treated HRV6 with formula C before addition of PA. In line with previous results, formula C also significantly inhibited PA-induced PGY phosphorylation and the transcription of interferon beta and TNF alpha. And ablation of iron alpha also restrained PA-induced PGY phosphorylation, interferon beta, and TNF alpha transcription. Thus, this result demonstrates that by prohibiting iron alpha XP1 pathway, STING activation was attenuated, followed by ameliorated inflammation under liver toxicity condition. So that's all of the results part. Let's make a summary of these results. At the beginning, we firstly confirmed STING was highly expressed in mice retinal endothelial cells. And then we demonstrated that STING was activated in retinal endothelial cells under liver toxicity. And the last and the most important is that inhibiting iron alpha via stress pathway abrogated the liver toxicity-induced STING pathway activation. And our finding revealed that STING signaling play an important role in mediating liver toxicity-induced retinal endothelial inflammation. Thus, targeting STING or iron alpha pathway provides candidate therapeutics for treating DR as well as other microangiopathy. And this project is supervised by Professor Chen Yanming, Professor Shi Wojun, and He Xueming. And thanks to all of our group members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yao. You did a great job, a lot of work, and even halfway your presentation, you received 2 compliments from our chat. So, and also very beautiful slides as well. We have a question from Guoxun Chen. Dr. Guoxun Chen, great presentation. What is the relative distribution of STING in rough and smooth ER in retinal and other tissues?
Oh, thanks for the question. And as ER enters on I think enters on ER membrane, but the exact STING whether anchors on the smooth or rough ER we are not clear right now, and maybe it is very important aspect to effect the STING activation. So maybe we will explore the location of STING on ER. Thank you.
Thank you, Zheyao. I personally have a question about the single cell RNA-seq you analyzed. You mentioned it's a public available data set. So yes. I'm curious, how is that a website, or how did you have to write some code, or did you analyze on the website?
Yes, we have the code. Sorry, I can share. As the first beginning, we got the raw data from the GEO, and the code is JSE 1500703, and got the raw data, and we got the photo analysis.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, because now there's some website that they can allow you to do some very quick analysis. So I think that would be more a way to make the data more accessible to more researchers. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. If you can stop.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chen.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have
That's
any comments for us, for Zheyao, your student?
Yeah, thank you for your nice tutor again. And then there's excellent talk. And then I just keep learning for this meeting. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. All right. So then, before I move on to our last speaker of today, I know it's very late in Beijing time, but I will encourage everyone to stay. After that, we have a door prize. We'll do a lottery for 5 winners that will have free membership from NACAN. And then we will switch to the Chinese mode so we can do some social, and we will stop recording during the social as well. So keep in tune. And with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Mengyue Li. She gained a PhD in nutrition and food science from Tianjin Medical University. She's currently a lecturer and postdoctoral at the School of Public Health of Hebei Medical University. She mainly engaged in researches on nutrition and neurodegenerative diseases. She once participated in National Natural Science Foundation of China with the title Effects and Metabolism of Folate on Apoptosis of Neurocyte and Delayed Cognitive Decline by Telomeres in Old People, and has published many SCI papers. We are very delighted to have you here today to share with us your exciting research. Dr. Li, please go ahead.
Thank you for introduction. It's my honor to enjoy my report. Let's begin. My topic of my research is effect and the mechanism of folic acid and DHA on the improvement of improving cognitive function of elderly with mild cognitive impairment via telomere. Folic acid, mild MCI is a state of cognition that occurs between normal aging and dementia. The error conversion rate of MCI is to clinical dementia is 10 to 20%, while only 1 to 2% of healthy elderly individuals convert to dementia annually. Therefore, the MCI population is considered a high-risk group of dementia. Delaying the decline of cognitive function in the elderly with MCI is an important means to prevent AD. Nutritional care and support should be an integral part of dementia mechanism of the dementia management. Folic acid, also known as vitamin B9, is a type of water soluble vitamin in older individuals. Decline, leading to the inability to promotion tasks that involve complex proposing. Furthermore, DHA is the most abundant omega-3 fatty acid in the brain, and it is the main nutritional component that contribute to the central nervous system growth and functional maintenance. Reduce the levels of plasma DHA is associated with cognitive decline during aging. Adequate intake of these two nutrients is in the elderly may have benefits in preventing dementia. Animal studies have shown that folic acid and DHA have a synergistic role in the one carbon metabolism. Meanwhile, the experimental induced folic acid deficiency is associated with the decreased level of DHA in vivo. Therefore, folic acid and DHA may have a combined effect in improving cognitive function. The telomere is a high regulated dynamic complex and at chromosome end consists of a tract of randomly repeated short DNA repeats and associated with protecting the protein. The main function of telomere is to protect the integrity, maintain the stability of chromosome. The stability of telomere structure is necessary to maintain the normal brain function, and it is related to age-related cognitive dysfunction. The objective of this study is to discuss the mediating effect of telomere in the relationship between folic acid or DHA and the cognitive function, whether the combined intervention of folic acid and DHA has a synergistic effect and on the improvement of cognitive function in the elderly with MCI, and whether they can ameliorate the cognitive function of the elderly with MCI by delaying the telomere shortening. First, we did a case control study. This is the follow diagram of the case control study. In the case control study, 218 MCI elderly and 200 cognitively normal elderly was matched. We analysis of association of folate, DHA, and telomere length in the blood cells in an MCI. This table shows the characteristic of the subject. This forest plot of MC shows the MCI influencing factors. The result shows the higher levels of folate, DHA, and LTL was the projective factor of MCL, while the higher levels of HCY is a risk factor of MCI. This table shows the levels of folate, DHA. The result shows the levels of folate, DHA, LTL levels are positively related with the MMSE scores, while the levels of the HCY were negatively related with the LTL with the MSE scores. And this table shows the relationships between the folate, HCY, DHA, and LTL. The result shows that the levels of folate, LTL, and HCY was negatively related, and the levels of LTL and DHA were positively related. Based on this result, we did an based on the results, the structure in question, the structure execution models were used to analyze the mediating effect of LTL in the relationship between DHA and cognitive function. The result shows that LTL played a mediating role in the relationship between DHA and cognitive and MMSE scores. This figures shows that HCY levels and LTL plays a tandem mediating role in the relationship between folate levels and MMSE scores. Now, we did a randomized double-blind controlled trial. In this trial, 218 elderly patients with MCI were divided into folic acid plus DHA group, folic acid group, and DHA group, and placebo group, with 17 subjects in each group. Mixed linear models were used to analyze the changes of the above index after 12 months of intervention. The patients in each group consumed one tablet and 2 composol every day. Each folic acid tablet contains 800 microgram of folic acid, and each DHA composol contains 400 milligram of DHA. Placebo tablets and were made from corn starch, and placebo composol contains soybean oil, and both of them look just like the folic acid tablet and the DHA composol. Participants cannot identify them by visual. Such groups were set up as these tables. This is the characteristic of the subject at baseline. This figure shows the results. Shows after 12 months intervention. The FIQ, VIQ, VIQ, PIQ, and PIQ, and PIQ information arithmetic similar, and the block diagram scores in the folic acid plus DHA group is higher than that in placebo group. And the FIQ, VIQ information arithmetic and similar scores in folic acid group and the DHA group were higher compared with placebo group. This figure shows the cognitive functions. Shows the cognitive functions of each group compared with the folic acid plus DHA group. The result shows that the FAQ, PAQ, and the block diagram growth in the folic acid plus DHA group was higher than that in folic acid or DHA group, and the similar scores in were in the folic acid plus DHA group was higher than that in DHA group. This table shows the change of concentrations of folate, HCY, and DHA after intervention. We can see that the folate concentration in the folic acid plus DHA group and in the folic acid group is was high, and the HCY level is lower, and was high. The DHA concentration in folic acid plus DHA group and in the DHA group was significantly higher. This table shows the change of telomere length of telomere length and of the after intervention. The results show that the LTL in the folic acid plus DHA group and in the folic acid group and in the DHA group was longer. And the expression of TRF2 mRA in the folic acid plus DHA group in the folic acid group and the DHA group was significantly lower. Now we analyze the change of the data of the after intervention. The level, the results show that the levels of hydrogen peroxide in the folic acid plus DHA group was lower, and the ability of inhibiting the superoxide or in the folic acid plus DHA group and in the folic acid group DHA group was higher, and the content of dynamic 8-OXOG in the folic acid plus DHA group in the folic acid group and the DHA group was significantly lower. This is the conclusion. The levels of folate, DHA, HCY, and LTL was related to the cognitive function of elderly, and telomere and plays an mediating effect between the relationship of folic acid and DHA and the cognitive function. Folic acid DHA can improve the cognitive function of MCI elderly, and they may play an synergistic role in the improving the cognitive function of MCI elderly, and folic acid and the DHA may improve the cognitive function of MCI elderly by delaying the telomere shortening. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mongyue. Great talk. I don't see any question in the box, but let me ask this. So based on your research, what would be your recommendation on the folate and DHA supplement? Shall we take it starting from now, or it's only for the elderlies? What would be your insight on that?
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
就是这个 DHA 和这个叶酸这个补充剂啊，根据您的研究，我们是应该 从现在就开始一直吃吗？还是说只是针对于老年人？就是您的研究下来，您对这些数据最后综合下来你是怎么看？
因为我们这个研究它是针对于老年人的，目前没有就是针对于更年轻的人来进行一个研究。目前在老年人看来，它的效果是有效的。可能后期我们就如果要是更年轻的人来吃的话，可能需要再有研究来数据支持。并且那个 DHA 有一些研究，就是之前有一些研究说，可能对于本身认知有障碍的老人，它的那个效果会更好一些。但是如果对于就是本身没有认知障碍的老人，它的效果可能没有那么好，所以就是目前还是建议就是在老年人来使用。谢谢。
谢谢。So I received a question from Dr. Ijasu Haq from Pakistan. What may be the recommended dose of folic acid for the old adults?
Okay.
So I guess what dose you use in your study would be a good answer to that. 您的实验中就是 folic acid 的就是说给的量是大概是多少？大概这个问题是。
我们给的是800微克每天。
Okay, 800 microgram per day. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's do the Bell Prize really quick. So
Recording stopped.
So this I imported the registration list here. Let's do some shuffle, 洗一下牌, and then we'll pick 5 winners for today, and start. Okay, we have our 5 winners. Looks like. Let me copy the unique link. Okay, we have those 5 winners on the screen. 徐海、俊辉瑜、摘磊徐、列卫普、赵康王. We have those emails. We'll contact those winners afterwards. And then it'll be our social session. Let me see. Yeah. 我想到我们就可以切换到中文模式了，然后那个 video record 也已经结束了。我来 quickly share 一下我们的这个Bianca 做的这个非常好看的 visual。音乐我就不开了吧，我们可以聊一聊。
首先非常感谢这个 Dr. 柴这个一直在主持，非常的辛苦，而且主持的效果也特别好。
谢谢，谢谢。
好，那个现在就是 social 嘛，就大家随便聊嘛，就有什么就聊什么，这是个大家相互认识、相互了解的平台。
对，就好像开会后面散会的时候，大家也都聚在一起聊一聊什么。看看有没有哪位就是说想自我介绍一下，然后谈一谈 collaboration 的机会。如果没有的话，我看我们学生都还在，也可以跟他们聊一聊，因为我知道国内现在把美国介绍的就好像又是疫情又是枪击，不是很好。我们可以聊聊，其实我们在这生活还可以，然后也欢迎你们来做博后或者是深造之类的 好，有没有哪位想上来自我介绍一下，聊一聊这种合作机会什么的？看看。我看文哲瑶和杨吉峰俩同学还在，你们应该也都快毕业了吧？有没有出国深造打算呀？我觉得美国可以是一个选项。我是在美国读的博士，然后我在这边继续做博后。然后这边有好多老师，我在这个 NACAN 协会的感觉就是一般，比如说我们在实验室吧，都是一个教授，一堆学生或者是工作人员围着他，在这边就是一大堆教授围着我们，很好，我觉得这种感觉可以得到很多的帮助。包括刚才吴老师说我这个主持还可以，我也是跟着群里的这些前辈学习学习他们怎么一些主持，然后这次参与会议的组织也学了很多东西。你们也都可以参与到这些来，如果感兴趣的话，我们都可以联系。然后，
好，谢谢。
对，然后我放了这个 slide， 就是说上面有我们的 Twitter， 然后有我们的微信的公众号，然后我们其实还有一个群的链接，反正到时候都可以，想加群什么都可以联系我们，加我们个人也都可以。
有一个问题，
有一个评论，就说有一位他参与的，就是没有收到我们注册的信息，就是我们再 take care of 一下，好吧？
我来 take care， 你们继续聊，好吧？我来 take care。
好，这个，要不我先插一两句，就是接着刚才这个大才说的，就是我个人也是感觉，就是说。在美国这边还是能提供很多的机会，相对讲，就像我刚才讲的，就是很多教会围着一个学生转，那就说明这个效果可能会不一样，就或者是有它独特的地方。那么我个人分享一下，就我的 lab 以前呢，有不少这个访问学者，包括访问学生过来做研究。这2年可能因为疫情方面，就包括出国的管控有一定的难度，但是我个人讲，就是说。这个可能是一种暂时的现象，但是从个人的发展来讲，我个人还是非常支持国内的学生出来学习，就看一看，就至少你的英文，还有包括你就是我的感觉就是你见多识广，如果你不出来见一下，就是说，有一种感觉就是说国内也可能发展的也非常的好，这个没有任何疑问，就是说你出来见一见，可能。视野还是不太一样，就是可能对你以后回国发展，如果要决定回国发展，帮助会非常的大。好，就希望你抛砖引玉，好吧？
也有，也应该是有声音
啊。有声音，马老师，你说。
我其实非常认同我们刚才几个老师说的这个事情哈，就是我作为老师，刚才呢也是说我们那个柴老师呢还点了2个学生的名字，但是学生呢没有做积极的回应。但是我作为国内的老师来说呢，我是特别的希望我的学生到北美啊，我们不能泛指美国，这个很多问题哈。是到北美去学习，这个我一直在鼓励他们做这个事情。但是呢，我觉得可能就是说，这个如何这个研究方向的这个怎么去 match 上，我觉得可能我们了解的还没有那么多。这是一个我的一个算是不太知道的一个地方吧。另外一个地方就是说，我们现在就是学生出去学习，当然我们国内呢也有好多基金。比如说留学基金委的基金是可以申请的，我不太知道，因为要是去美国这个基金的话呢，好不好申请？这个那好几年了，这都好像。
他现在是这样的哈，这个接着马老师你刚才讲的，就是说现在呢，因为中美关系有一些困难，这个留学基金委的基金呢，有的人说是以前我的学生好几个人拿的留学基金委很容易签过来。这样呢反而不太好签的，就是说另外一种可能就是说我们这里提供经费来支持这个访问学者，这种相对讲要比拿留学基金委的要容易签一些，这是目前的状态。
是，我就是想了解一下这个支持的这个情况，因为学生嘛，如果说出去做 postdoc 也好，或者是继续做博士也好，他肯定他自己是没有收入的啊。这个时候呢，如果没有基金支持，他就会很困难。
对，支持现在是这样的，就是如果要是他在我们这里全职读那个博士，这样全职是指的是50%，那么各个学校有不同的经费的支持，包括这个助研，还包括教研，那个等等这些呢支持，基本上各个学校有差异，有的学校高一点，可能1个月就是2500左右，有的学校稍稍低一点，可能2000块钱。就是1个月就是$2000美元，那么这个钱呢，就是说看你在什么地方生活，有的地方像我们这个学校就比较生活费比较相对比较便宜一点，比如你像在纽约2000块钱甚至3000块钱都这个生活费就很高，那么这是这样的一个支持。做访问学者呢，就是跟这个老师的他的经费的情况有关系，你们有可能会提供的，比如像跟这个基本上相当，就是1个月。学校有一个最低标准，就是说像我们学校最低标准1个月提供2000块钱，那么做实验所有的开销都是从实验所出，就是这也是指的生活费。博士后就会高一点。
对，
他的生活费，那他包括租房子，是指所有还是租房子吃饭是？
这个就是刚才讲的跟城市有关，比如你像在我们城市里。我们租房子好一点的房子1000块钱1个月，就是比如你要是2个人分一下，就是2个人分一个2室1厅，那么它好一点的房子1000块钱，就一般的房子700-800块钱，那么算下来，它1个月就是住房这一块大概500块钱到700块钱左右。那么吃这一方面的应该讲很便宜，吃的方面像我们这个城市，像我家里4个人吃饭，1个星期大概150到200块钱。就是吃饭，
好便宜啊！
这就是你要是看地方，如果你要是纽约的材质可以分享。
是这样，我从学生角度，因为我刚做博后2年，我还基本上是学生，就是他发的这个津贴吧，就是生活肯定是够用的。就是因为吴老师说的一些数字，我想大家也没有概念，但是我从我的角度就是说，我们不说是肯定我不能太铺张浪费，但基本上就是说租房、生活各个方面都够用。甚至有些比较节省的同学呢，还能寄一点钱回给家里，所以是这么个情况。
是的，
是相对比较宽裕，不会说太紧。然后包括城市的问题呢，就比如像纽约的话，它有一些最低工资就会比那个其他地方会高一些，因为它也要考虑到，如果它也给其他地方 NIH 的标准的话，它又招不到人了嘛。所以说像我们医院的话，因为在纽约市中心，所以说它住房方面会给一些就是说医院的自己的房子，然后工资方面它就会要比 NIH 的要高。然后至于美国其他地方的话，它就 NIH 标准，那种标准就是刚才吴老师也说了，就我们也都说了，就是生活肯定是够用的，不太需要，除非学生都要买很多奢侈品，那如果是正常生活的话，基本上就是够用，有的时候还有盈余，是这样的一个情况。所以我觉得
当然了。
对，我觉得这方面倒不是太主要，像您说的，就是还有一个就是研究方向什么的嘛。然后研究方向的了解，你看，就我们这个 conference 就很好的一个平台嘛。比如说刚才新磊就是吴老师的学生嘛，通过他的演讲，那您就知道吴老师那边在做一些什么，包括那些其他老师也有自己上来讲，比如说蔡老师明天下一场他是要讲的，那这样一来我们的交流也就互相也就知道了都做了什么。所以说就是我觉得更主要还是从学术上有了 match， 然后跟这边老师建立了联系，然后他们如果有机会的话，那大家都互相知道知根知底了以后，那就很容易能匹配上，对吧？然后对，我是这个想法。
我想的就是我不知道有没有这种共同培养的这种可能性。比如说我的博士去你们那边呢去学1年或者是1、2年这样的一个时间，当然了，硕士那个博士呢，他如果说要是那种直博的那种，就会有5年的时间，他就可以在有更富裕的一点的时间嘛，然后呢去国外学的时间长一点，比如说2年，有没有这样共同培养的这样的一个机会？
这个我可以回答，它是这样的，就是说我们这边不叫共同培养，就是有的地方可能有，但是总的讲这种共同培养比较少，就是说除非你两个学校之间有协议，就是说共同授予博士学位。但是这种情况现在在目前这种情况下基本上不太有，因为你如果要在美国拿美国的学位，就必须在美国要注册，所以呢，多半就是说在国内拿学位，在这边做研究，这边做研究的就是两方导师之间相互沟通、相互交流，就是说做一个什么样的课题，就大家感兴趣的，就共同感兴趣，然后最终就是发文章的时候，大家有一个谅解，就是说。是共同作者或者共同通讯，那么这个是可以，就是老师和老师之间可以谈，学生和老师之间你可以相互交流，而不在学校层面有交流。这个是就实验室之间的交流，这个是实际上是非常普遍的。就在疫情之前，像我实验室的访问学生，基本上有7、8个吧，以前就前后啊，多半都是这种模式。
就是这种模式会不会有基金的一个支持？我还是挺关心这个事儿的。
你像我们实验室呢，
特别想着把学生送出去学习。
你像我们实验室呢，就是学生呢，就是我到我这里来的学生，就我们给他付生活费，然后呢，我们有一些经费就是支持他这个研究项目，就是这样做下来的。然后做完了以后，学生就回去了。
只要是有基本的生活费用就可以了。学生嘛。如果说他是去讲究很奢侈品，或者是说他讲究这个去享受生活的话，我觉得那他一定不是一个好的研究者。那这个我觉得从我这个角度，作为老师，我也不会把他派出去。所以我觉得
顾勋老师也在，顾勋老师也聊一下呗。
是这样的，中美之间的这个联合的培养的问题有很多，像曹东阳说的一样，一个是学籍问题。学籍问题呢，就是说他算学生还是算什么？因为在这里啊，如果你要听课，你要注册成学生听课，你算这里的学生。两个学校之间呢，有互相认同的这个标准的话，你可以作为互相联合培养，但这种情况很少，因为美国很少会认同中国的课。这个主要原因是这样的，就是美国开课啊，它是一个收学费的过程，同时呢。他收学费还有一个州内和州外的区别，特别是像一些州啊，他有州内的学费交的钱呢比州外少，这个时候呢，他也有原因的。这个后面的原因，深层次的原因是说，这个美国的高等院校往往是，特别是公立的高等院校，它往往资助是来自于这个一部分来自于这个州里的税务。那么他州里收税呢，他就不能把这个税的钱呢用在州外的人身上，原则上是这样。所以这存在一个这个第一个障碍。第二个障碍呢是这个目前的中美关系呢也限制了很多地方来，因为它有些学校以及有些专业，它受到了这个所谓的国家安全的限制，它不愿意别人来啊。但是做营养的呢相对好一点，来了以后呢。有很多琐碎的事情要填，比方说你要填这个表，要这个人到这个办公室来，这里面就这个办公室的，你要能进这个楼房里的钥匙，它都有各种各样的要求，所以呢，这个呢有很大的限制。再一个是生活费的问题，生活费呢，现在国家高校呢、地方高校以及国家的211、985，它都有各种各样的支持。支持呢，它有些，比方说希望多少比例的学生，有出国的经历，然后你可以去申请，这都是可以的。但是呢，往往有的时候呢不一定够，特别是像现在疫情发展的时候，你买个机票来或者买个机票回去，有时候大大的超过了他原来的预算，所以很多时候这些具体的困难，我希望呢将来中美关系呢变得好一点。但是看目前的这个世界局势来看的话，两极分化就是两个极端。的分化是很严重的，逐渐会形成，我认为形成两极。那么美国对中国的这个，至少是在目前宣传上的一些东西的话，实际上不是很友好，或者说有的时候他是故意的，有些人有些我认为是不怀好意的人，故意在那里煽动。然后我昨天看了一句话写得很好，他说实际上美国很多普通老百姓对中国是很有好感，对中国人是很好的。其实往往这个 你看得到、听得到的，往往是一部分中国人对另一部分中国人的仇恨。我觉得这个很有道理。
对，明白。
好不好？
事实上，
我就说这几句。
对，从文化的这个基础上来讲呢，中国人有些文化，我觉得有些文化当然是很优秀、很璀璨、很好的，但是有些文化呢，并不是那么好。这个我觉得可能我们稍微不是这个所谓的超强动物它都会有一些思考，有一些反思，有一些这种问题。实际上，我觉得就是美国政府也好，中国政府也好，恐怕他们讲的话呢，我自己认为呢，不可全信，至少是这政治嘛，跟老百姓我觉得还是离得远一些。我自己是这么认为的。
你说的，对，我完全赞同你说的这个文化的问题。其实不管这个文化是一个我认为是一个动态的还是一个固定的，它都存在各种各样的缺陷。那么我认为中国目前呢，相对来说还是跟以前有区别。当然很多人认为跟100年前没有区别，但是我认为还是有区别。很多年轻人相对来说受的教育多了以后，他会变得更有知觉，对自己的社会中的责任有知觉。对不起，才子，我打断你了。
没有，我跟您的意思差不多，就是肯定所有东西都是有好有坏嘛。如果有个东西它非得说自己全是好，那肯定是不可信的，是吧？我刚才我就想替马老师再问问，就是说，其实我觉得马老师的意思，他也不是说这个学生非得拿2年的学
对，我
送出来1年或者2年，这其实非常普遍。包括我的朋友当中，很多就是1年为多吧。2
年也行，反正我觉得1年2年都可以。
然后这个是作为 visiting scholar 吗？是
他这个是一定是 visiting scholar， 他不能作为 visiting student，
学生他也能作为 scholar 吗？就是一个学生的话。
哎呀，如果
我觉得我不太知道他的身份应该是。
如果是 PhD student 的话，那就是还是作为那个像 student inter， 我们这个 Harvard 这边它有个 category。就刚刚说的，就是说，要是 dual 的这种两边受学位的这种，就是相对来说比较困难。但是呢，对，但通过就是说，通过这个 PI 之间的一种 connection， 然后这个 project 上有一种就是双方的 research interest 比较 match， 那么 PhD student 呢过来做1年或者2年的这样一个 project， 这样的话呢，就是作为这个 PhD student thesis 的一部分，那么这种呢是一个比较通常的一个形式。那么至于这个因为Harvard 这边它是 encourage 这样的这种，因为它把这个 education training student 是作为一个很主要的一个学校的一个义务一样的，所以这方面的相对来说，我们这边反而是比较支持的，而且 Harvard 的 International Office 就是我们整个的这个Visa application 啊，这些 document 都是要通过那 Harvard International Office 这个，他们也都是对这个 category， 像 PhD student 他是作为那个 student 的inter 这样的一个 category， 那么这样的话，那么至于费用的话，那这个实际上就是2个 PI 之间的一种那个，有的呢可能国内的 PI 他可能有基金，他可能提供一部分这个包括就是说地方政府像省里面啊。当然，从国家层面，教育部或者其他的这个国家这层面也有这个 PhD student 的这种可以申请的。那么我们这边的话，通常也会就提供这个推荐信啊，或者这样的话，就是对他们的申请也是有一定的这个优势。那么然后的话呢，可能就是说，就 somehow 呢，就是从国内呢可以提供一部分这个费用。那么过来以后呢，就是因为研究经费通常可能是这边，就是我们这边实验室才能提供，因为你国内的经费是 transfer 不过来的，所以这里面的话，因为两个 PI 之间是怎么去去商量，商量解决这种。
对，稍微有一点这个区别在哪里呢？就是说现在是这样的，就如果办访问学生，他的签证一般是不能超过半年，一般是3个月到6个月。但是实际上呢，很多的学生他都可以以访问学者的身份过来，包括 master
可以吗？
对，当然可以，包括 Master， 还包括这个PG。当我们这边 Offers， 它实际上推荐我们说，你要是长期都把它办成 Visiting Scholar， 这样是1年的签证，可以再 renew 1年，就相当于可以2年。甚至3年都可以。
我觉得一年我觉得不太够，因为大家也知道，我就觉得，尤其刚才那个是柴老师说还是胡老师说这个语言的问题，我就感觉这是一个特别大的一个limitation， 对我来说，就是说所以说我特别希望我的学生呢能够把这个语言呢能把它过了关，然后这样的话呢才能够在国际交流当中呢这个比较顺畅。
对，所以他这个访问学者会比较合适一点，他有很多的自主性。访问学生他就太局限了。当然，这主要是我们了解的，特别是公立学校。这个潘老师也在这里，
对他这个就是可能
学校，
这个可能有的不同的地方，可能他这个 category 会有一定的那个，对，因为我们这个
差别，对，不同的学校不一样。
他像这个 PhD student 呢，他就很难去把它作为一个访问学者的这个 category， 因为通常访问学者的 category， 他可能比这一般。
对，那学校不一样。
对他可能这个
我来的学生全都是访问学者。
这个就是
马老师，那你潘老师说一下吧。
马老师，我把我们这边情况反映一下啊。我们这里学生，中国来的学生很多，当然是刚才这个朝栋、郭迅还有这个金融都讲了讲，他就是各种途径来都有。然后这个中国来的学生，如果拿这个，尤其是拿 CSC 的经费的话，最大的问题是时间的。我知道，只要是超过2年的都拿下来了，就是去年前年都拿下来了，就是6个月到1年的都拿不下来。他这个Trump 上台以后，他定了一个政策，就说是他认为短期来美国留学的人都是窃取这个情报技术的啊，对，所以他专门有个条款，就是我知道好多6个月那个1年签证的人都被拒签了以后，他用的是同一个条款，你去查是很明显的，其他的人只要是这个你说的你希望学生多2年3年的，很容易的签了，我们这方这个学校。很多拿来的，各个系都有，各个学院都有。这个朝栋刚才提的这个也是这样的。我们学校我不知道这个他们这个移民局有什么政策。我们学校是就是如果建议你只要有 master degree， 你都可以办访问学者来。
不是因为我要是那个硕博连读的这个学生，就是直播的学生，他是没有 master degree 的。
他是 PhD 学生啊。他现在是直播，他是 PhD 学生啊，所以他也适合这个访问学者。
对，刚才我还就是说，我很就是不太知道，他既然是作为一个学生身份，他怎么用这个访问学者的这个身份，他可以不可以？
因为他是这样定义的，就他在这边来不是为了读书，所以他就不是学生。他到这边来是以做研究，所以他就是学者。我们这边是这样定义的，这也是我们这边办公室他鼓励。就是说，你只要是有 master 或者在读的 PhD 学生，都作为访问学者，那么这样他至少可以拿1年的签证。这是我们这边的规定。
因为我是自己觉得1年还是有点短。我是觉得一年做一个研究的话呢，还是
可以，就是可以延嘛。
对，所以说我就希望呢，就是我的学生，我觉得1年以上，怎么也得2年，我觉得这样可能就会更好一些。
对，两年以上会做出来好多东西。这个我们这和河北农大的这个赵老师他们那个已经合作好年，他们又送出来好多做这个1、2年这个研究的人回去答辩的是很多啊。这操作实际上方便啊。
马老师，我替几位老师总结一下，您那边也挺晚了。应该就是说，我觉得只要两边老师和学生达成共识的手续，可能都有专门的去办，都是有专门的流程，都不用太担心。然后费用，反正也是两边达成共识，然后学生在这边肯定正常生活能够保障。 对，主要我觉得还是人的因素。
最近这2年签证放开一点了没有？我不太知道，这个也有这种担心，国家的一些政策。
我们马老师，我们这边看的主要是时间问题，只要是时间超过这个1年的都没被都过来了。
好的。短期的反而倒是容易被拒。
对，其他的没有看到什么规律，说是和哪个学校和咱们搞营养的不牵扯到有什么机密嘛？
尽管就是有的时候可能感觉从宣传，就刚刚说的，可能就宣传以后觉得关系很紧张。当然，在某些层面上确实是感觉到是比较紧张，但真正的像这些交流上，只要不是涉及到那个比较敏感的一些领域，那基本上就是还是，当然可能程序里边它会不像以前那么简单一点，但是还是基本上都还是很多情况下都还是可以的。
还有一个问题就是说，填表的时候尽量这个就是填清楚就行了。他不给你签这些问题，有时候我们就说是有些人他填的不太真，然后因为有些材料他能在网上查到，
就说是他还有一个问题啊，他是这个你的拿钱的这个钱的这个就是来源，它会有一定的问题。就说他有些，比方说你现在拿国家留学基金委的钱或者国家的这个NSF 的钱的话，他把它归结为跟军方有关系的，他也可以拒签。他这个他现在呢比以前要稍微那个更联系的紧，所谓跟美国的国家利益联系的更紧密一点。
我们看看其他同学还有老师有没有什么问题。我看孟月还有东霞都还在，然后文哲瑶也在，杨继峰也在。有什么问题吗？你们那边也挺晚了，可以抓紧时间聊一聊。
很好的机会，再来交流一下嘛。
对呀，我也觉得是，就是因为跟华人交流，我们这个语言是无障碍，但是要真是跟那个美国人他们的原住民交流的话，这个语言还是有问题的。反正我是说我。
我看到我们学校，我是在河北医科大学然后看到我们学校有每年都会提倡，就是有一些老师，特别是新进的一些老师去国外去交流，就做访问学者。就是这种情况下的话，如果需要我们自己联系的话，我觉得是可以考虑的，以后去那个北美，然后考虑做个什么访问学者什么的。如果研究方向很类似的话。
对，这个要自己比较主动，要自己去联系。就是你在家里等着，他机会不会调到你这边来，所以你要自己去主动，这种才会有机会。
是的，老师。
东霞，你参加这个会就是迈出很好的一步，因为这个会很多老师就是在美国，而且您的方向是那个，我看是 epidemiology。那我们后面有一个 session 4吧，就是可能会有好多。这方面的老师都可以关注一下，包括现在这些老师，如果你要了解情况也都可以。
其实可以鼓励大家成为会员，这样的话呢，我们学会的活动呢都可以知道，随时知道，然后呢可以参与这个学会的建设和这个成长，我觉得这都是可以鼓励的。
我们下来关注一下。
对，因为后面就是这个讲座是年度的嘛，然后是有集中很多讲座，我们后面还有每个月还有那个单独的讲座，然后也会一直请两边的老师，很多美国老师也有。然后我们学会还有那个就是老师和学生匹配的那个帮助，就是怎么叫我不知道中文怎么翻译，就是1对1的那种联谊活动
mentor program。
对 mentor program。我怕那个说不清，反正就是有很多让大家建立联系的方法。我觉得只要就是关注这方面，有这个想法就是第一步，第二步就是你来参加我们这个活动了就很好，就是一个很好的开始啊。
好的，谢谢。
对，我觉得学生会员应该是会有得到蛮多好处的，就是会认识很多教授，就很像我们私底下教授，可能好像今年我想要收一个 PhD 学生，有时候我也是会看一下啊，是不是有一些学生是有很多 application， 可是如果我认识你，我觉得可能你有参与这个活动，让我更认识你，你是一个很负责的，可能我就会挑你做我的学生，如果你有兴趣的话。所以通常我们这里如果是收 graduate student 的话，我们都是会给那个 assistantship 的，就是大概1个月是2000多块，然后就是包括你的学费了。所以2000多块其实在我们这个地方是很好用的，就想当年我做 PhD 学生的时候我们才1000多，现在就已经2000多了，还比我们那个 department 的那个 front desk 坐在那个桌子前面的那一些的薪资还更高，所以我觉得是一个很好的一个机会，就认识多一点教授，就以后对你的未来还是有帮助的。
另外我觉得国内的教授呢，我觉得国外的教授呢，他的工作比较单一，就是说就是做研究，但是国内的教授呢，那完全不是这么回事儿。所以说就刚才也说到了这个很多学生跟老师，实际上我觉得这个在国内的学生呢，大多数能力很强，为什么呢？都得自我成长。因为教授做到教授的时候呢，他那个尤其是在有一点这个行政职务，就会很多的这些可能和学问不太相关的一些事情。所以我就特别希望我的学生呢能够出去长长见识，见多识广。对，这是在哪儿都是能适用的。
马老师还有一个方面嘛，就是现在那个国内是不是晋升，包括这方面都要求也要求一些海外背景，所以我看东霞也问了，可能他也是有这个考虑。
他是各个学校不太一样，就是河北医科大学，像东霞他们去年入职吧，他们我们现在还没有要求，但是其他很多学校他都要求在海外有1年的经历啊，这是我们学校跟别的学校不太一样的地方。因为我在我的那个 PPT 里边我也说到了，河北呢，它反正是受京津影响的是相当大的，就是基本上把人财物都从河北，就像那个虹吸现象呢，就把它都吸引到北京天津去了。然后呢，就是河北呢，就是来人才比较缺乏，然后呢，这个待遇也比较低，整个的这个要求呢也不敢提得太高，如果提得太高的话呢，就会把人吓得更跑。所以说，我们现在晋升还没有说有海外经历的，还没有要求。但是呢，我想，不能，所有事情都会变的，在不久将来也可能会有这样的要求。
国内的这个同济医学院，就是华东科技大学，他们是明文有这种要求，就是
东霞就是从华科过来的，
对，他是从这个晋升到副教授，必须要到国外有至少1年的经历才能晋升副高职，这是华科的。对，
很多学校都是这样的要求。因为我觉得对着的，是因为这个，我觉得每个人都应该睁眼看世界。
好，谢谢。我看杨杰峰有话说，要不杨杰峰，你这太晚了，你说2句呗。
谢谢各位老师，花这么多时间跟我们分享这么多好的经验。其实我明年毕业了，然后我是有意向去美国读博后的。虽然现在还没有考虑好去哪里，然后我更关心的问题就是说，国内跟国外的科研环境，我听我自己老师说，因为我老师他也是20年才回国的一个很年轻有为的老师，然后他跟我分享的就是说，国内外的一个是科研环境会很不一样，然后而且国内外的那个师生关系也不一样，所以我想知道一下，就是具体的不一样的方式，你们就是在那边亲身经历也待了那么多年，然后到底具体的感受上的不一样是有什么不一样，然后而且还有老师跟同学之间的那个相处的模式，以及整个实验室的那个科研氛围是怎么样的。因为像我们在国内的话，那肯定就是没有说996了，就是我们叫007嘛，就早12点干到 就是从0点干到0点，然后1周7天也没有休，这样子也没有寒暑假，这样一直干。就是那国外的科研工作是否就是这样，也是这样高强度呢？然后老师跟师生，就是特别是老师对学生是不是有特定的什么要求什么的？就想了解一下这些方面，谢谢老师们。
我是觉得就是看你跟的是什么老师吧。然后我们的系其实很注重，就是说就是当然，我是觉得你做多的话，你肯定你的名字就会在 paper 上面。就是我是觉得我们还是蛮公道的，我是以我自己来说啦，就是如果你只是那种准时到，然后准时走，也不多做的那些，那个就是可能就是看你发 paper， 就是说你做越多，就当然你的文章可能就会多一点吧，我想。那星期六、星期天，我的实验室其实是因为我是做人体实验，星期六、星期天通常都不会说会有人，就不会有志愿者会想要星期六、星期天来我们的实验室，所以我们通常星期六、星期天是不上班。可是也不是说完全星期六、星期天不上班，可是有时候还是会来的。就是可能有时候我们有些实验就是会花着一整天的时间来run 那个 blood sample 这些，这样我们就可能就会安排哪一个月哪一个星期这样大家说好，这样就来实验室干活。我是觉得我们这里的环境还是比较，如果你是说你一个星期要做7天在中国，这样这里的生活肯定是比那边好了，我只能这么说。
但是我作为中国的导师哈，我觉得我也想发表一点那个感受吧。事实上呢，我觉得学生国内的一些学生，有些学生呢是很勤奋的，真的就是没有礼拜六，没有礼拜天，而且我的学生可能还有到现在为止还没有离开实验室的，就是也确实是，但是呢，从那个自己的这个得到的东西呢，我觉得也要比这个到点来到点走，就是我跟这个蔡老师是一个观点，就是他得到的也会很多，他自己这个学到的东西也会很多，然后呢成就也会很多。但是如果说他要是真的是正点上班正点下班的这种，我是觉着可能没有什么特别多的一个成就，也我自己看他呢，我自己觉得也没有什么太好的未来。因为学生这个时间，因为他毕竟是相对来说他的工作是比较单一的，他没有那么多乱七八糟的事情，那也就是说还是更多的时间精力花在实验室上面，我感觉应该是就是会
是这样，
这也是老师希望的一种模式吧。
是这样的，如果作为学生的话，他一般他的学业实际上是分成几个部分，一个是做科研，在实验室做科研，还有一个他要读书。同时在美国很多时候呢，这个学生呢，他拿的是这个系里的 TA， 那么他还帮系里干活，所以相对来说呢，这个导师本身对学生的要求往往没有那么的对，就像国内那么的直接或者多，所以而且呢，同时呢，你也不能明确的表示说你必须是在，我知道国内有些高校，他的老师对学生要求你必须晚上10点钟以后才能走之类的东西，但实际上这里你不能这样要求的，你这样要求实际上是违法的。
违法的，对，一个 legal issue。
所以呢，大家同时呢，高等院校呢，对于学生呢，还是相对来说是比较保护的，都有各种各样的保护机制。所以呢，一般导师不会直接说，但是呢，他会鼓励这些学生去利用自己的，就是尽量多的把时间用在科研上。这样的话呢，既容易毕业，也容易对自己将来有好处。原则上讲，还是这个对学生的前途，其实中美之间都是对学生的前途担忧。所以呢，不是有硬性的规定，但是有时候呢，这个需要做的事情的时候，你可能不一定是0点钟睡觉了，不是0点，你也可能3、4点钟都有可能。但呢，这不是每天这样，也没有这样的具体的要求。
对，
我的理解就是说，measure by productivity， 就是说，可能美国这边老师的要求是 就是比如按照你5天每天8小时这个工作量，那么你能有多大的进展？根据这个，那么你有可能，比如说像我的话，有时候病人样品是下午进来，那我做到晚上，那也没有办法，这个东西对吧？但是呢，他的期望不会说是按照你1周7天计算你这个工作量，是这么一个相对还比较flexible，但是呢，你要有一定的进度，不是说我在这熬到晚上12点，熬7天就完事儿了，因为这个东西，如果说你今天我在5点钟之前我就把东西做完了，那你就是可以休息，你可以去思考，可以去干别的。就关键我觉得还是个 productivity， 就是说怎么翻译，就是说你的产量或者你的收获，我感觉是主要是这个
产出。
对产出。
好，谢谢
Sherry 分享一下 Sherry。
对，因为我觉得这个话题非常非常好，我非常想跟大家分享。因为我个人的感受就是，对马老师，我是 Shelly， 我跟其他教授不一样，我现在是在 industry， 在工业界，在雀巢公司，所以可能又也是完成了从学生到工作的这样一个身份的转换。我认为我最大的感受，在美国，无论是从 Master 还 PhD 来说，还有身边的朋友，然后相同的方向。感觉到的都是，大部分你无论是在哪一个学生阶段还是 postdoc 阶段，最主要的差别都是 self-driven， 就是你是自己想要去完成一件事情。就是说，在学生时代，我的所有的课程课题不是说老师追着我，而是我必须追着老师，就是因为老师的。他有很多学生，我的跟的老师都是大佬，也就是大老板嘛，就是他非常非常忙，包括我写论文，我从进入博士的几乎可以说是第2年开始就开始写我的那个毕业论文，然后我也知道就可以跟大概每一个学校的传统或者是每个实验室传统基本上就是就是你大概知道毕业要求，你的文章你可以没有文章，有很多博士也可以没有文章，但是你知道没有文章给你带来的接下来的下一步的这个后果就是比较困难，所以大部分学生
路很难走。
对，所以很多学生都是自己驱动的，他自己安排自己的课程，自己安排自己的实验。有的学生甚至你中午12点来，下午3点来都没有关系，但是他有可能是直接待到晚上，熬到第2天早晨。所以这个我觉得相对来说最大的文化差异就是学生第一点就是 self-driven， 自己去自我驱动的，没有人去赶着我们去做任何事情。第2件事就是我觉得在这边接受做最大的这个教育的差别，包括我从研究生和博士，我的老师都给我提到的一个词叫做 critical thinking， 辩证力或者是辨别力。你这种体现在无论是做学术还是在工作中是非常重要的。我觉得这个是我在中美的这样的一个教育环境下感受到的2点最大的差别：明确自己的目标，并且有辩证的去看任何一个问题。
谢谢薛里的分享，就是你说的这些东西我都很认同。然后刚刚老师们可能有点误会我那个什么99600的意思，就是我关心的不是这个工作时间的问题，因为正如你们也说了，就是其实学生阶段你要工作，还有你要有产出，你要学习东西，学生就是学东西的。然后我就是所有东西都是自己愿意去学，然后想去学才会有动力。然后我关心不是这个，我是想说就是刚刚薛里也说的一部分，就是国内外的科研氛围是怎么样。就是因为国内我们就是除了做实验可能还会有很多别的杂事，但是国外的是不是那种科研的氛围会更加纯粹一点，然后就你能够全身心的投入，也不用去分心干别的事。就是我是这个意思，没有说就是工作那样。当然我们知道做实验都知道，你时间点到了你就必须去做，你也不可能去拖，你也不可能说不做，这个是没有任何问题的。我更关心就是说整体的整体的学术氛围还有做科研的氛围是怎么样。
就是看你的那个 assistantship 是 TA 就是 teaching assistant 还是 research assistant。如果是 research assistant， 通常只是专注于做实验而已。 可是如果你的钱是有部分是从那个系里面出来的，因为不是说每一个教授都可以拿很多很多的那些基金之类的，所以有时候还是有那个系里面还是有帮忙
有职务啊
一下。所以通常
他这个博士后不存在这个 TA， 博士后基本上就是一个 research position，
对，
就比较单纯。
通常是 research，
对，就是一个比较在实验室比较局限的，也不叫局限，就是比较 focus， 就基本上就做这个，你这个实验室该做的研究。当然可能会有些 collaboration 啊，有些 communication 啊，但是你的目的都是为了服务你现在在研的项目，这个比较单纯，就不会有太多的就是 something distract you away。
对，
其实这个氛围本身呢，我认为啊，作为学生来说，在高等教育的这个系统里啊，最终形成的是什么？是世界观和价值观。你最终需要得到的东西，实际上就是世界观、价值观。你怎么认识这个世界？你怎么认识自己的一生？那么至于说这个氛围本身，往往呢，我认为的话呢，在中美可能你都可以形成一个世界观，但是这个世界观是不是适合你，是另外一回事。我认为呢，相对来说呢，在美国呢，可能呢，美国的这个老师们或者你的 committee member 们更注重是让你自己形成一种世界观。在中国呢，
他应该是 postdoc， 我刚才也是理解错误，我还以为是他说是学生，可是吉峰他应该是想说的是那个 postdoc， 如果是 postdoc， 对，那个又不一样了，因为 postdoc 真的是干活的。
但实际上呢，包括 postdoc， 我说的包括 postdoc 的这个也包括 postdoc， 就是你形成一个世界观，你要选择什么样的生活。中国呢是告诉你，给你一种说教的形式，说这个好，应该怎么做。美国是你去观察，你去实践，然后呢你自己选择什么样的生活。这个很多时候，很多人会说，这个很多人喜欢这个所谓的那个什么 Forrest Gump。Life is a box full of choice。你本身是自己的选择，实际上呢，不管是中美，都是自己的选择。你选择走什么样的路，这个很多时候呢，当你最后意识到自己的选择是正确错误的时候，可能已经晚。
对，我特别认同陈老师的观点，
很受启发，非常受启发，谢谢你，谢谢你。
所以为什么中国人呢，他会说教，包括家长，包括老师，就怕孩子们不理解，在年轻的时候不理解，然后呢一直说灌输，结果还是不理解。但是最终的时候呢，我觉得还是由这些孩子们自我的一个觉醒啊，这是一个很重要。
其实我的最大的感受是，这个我们应该跟随学习走什么样的人生。我认为我的导师们呢，给我的最大的收益，实际上并不是他教了我多少知识，而是让我知道了什么样过一生是值得的，这个最重要。我的导师们都很厉害，但是我认为他们对科学的这种所谓的执着以及科学的热爱，反而是我最羡慕以及最愿意去学的。
各位老师刚刚讨论的很热烈，就是我刚刚一想插话也没有插进来。就各位老师好，因为我现在还是博一，所以我可能还有2年到3年时间才会毕业，所以我刚刚感兴趣的是刚刚各位老师提到的，就是每个月我们会有的那个会议以及我们那个 mentor program， 所以我刚刚关注的那个微信公众号，不知道这些信息会不会就在公众号上会推送，或者是我能够通过什么渠道可以获取到这些信息？
网站上也是可以，就我们的网站。
对，我们现在网站都在更新。对，
就微信上面
微信公众号呢，对，微信上这种呢，它通常是一种，当然也可以包括在里面。就是说，我们也可以到时候有信息的话，也可以在这个微信群啊或者公众号啊也都可以发。但可能通常来说，这种呢，可能网站上它这个信息会比较 formal 一点，就是。
好的。
对，这样我把网站打上来，然后你需要什么信息你就联系我， 那个我们已经联系上了，因为我们不是那个吗？我跟你联系过好几次了。
对，是的。
我把网站放上来。哦，我们那个其实我那个背景图上也有。
对，我看到了，
对。
好的。
我觉得就是你 join 了 membership， 你就常常来参加我们的活动，你自然而然你就会认识很多不同的教授，然后大家可以分享一些不同的讯息。我觉得这个是一个很好的一个方式。
对，是的，这一次参加这个
发兴趣而已。如果你不参加的话，我们也认识不了你。
是的。
对，你这个很好的开始，因为你现在博弈的话，你将来既是可以就是说，比如说博士期间像马老师说的出来1年或者2年，或者是后面博后，这都可以。所以你有很多的选择，很多的机会，很多的 options。
甚至在这个做博士论文的这个期间的话，就说可以有多种形式的，可以跟这边的这些教授啊，或者这些学生啊，都可以交流。所以这个就是说，我们这个学会的话，确实能够提供这样的一个平台，更好的交流。就是
对，确实这次参加这个会议，确实也得到了很多的学习，然后希望能够以后跟各位老师多的有沟通，然后也会跟进学会的这些活动。谢谢老师。
谢谢。
而且我自己的感受哈，就是我们在国外生活的华人，对祖国的这种热爱会更深，更深厚，更迫切，而反而是我们自己在国内的呢，反正就在祖国，就在自己国家嘛，好像也没有说对自己国家的那种关心程度，我觉得可能会要不如我们在国外生活的这个同胞们他的那个更深切。
我的感受是因为我出来，我是马来西亚，我来的时候也是学生，也得到了很多教授的帮助跟鼓励，所以当我自己成为教授的时候，我也希望我可以帮助他们，也知道他们的难处。刚来的时候可能语言不通，也不是语言不通啊，就是说的不怎么好还是怎么样，所以可能需要多一点帮助。所以这个是我自己的经历啦，所以当我可以帮助他们的时候，我是很愿意的。
而且顺着马老师的话，就是说我们海外的华人爱国的方式就是帮助后面的学生嘛，对不对？我相信大家老师都有刚才很热烈的回答您这个问题，也是有这方面的想法。
我也感受到了。
要是就是说研究方向能匹配得上，就是说其他问题其实都可以商量，都可以讨论。
好的，谢谢。
反正我们有这样一个平台以后呢，我们就会及时的这个沟通交流，然后呢有什么问题及时提出来，然后呢就很快就能解决了。
应该不早了，那边都是1点多钟了。
还好，没有关系，反正我们也都是睡得比较晚，还可以。但是你们也很辛苦啊，就是因为这个会的前期的各种准备，然后呢那个就是人员的、物资的、网络的，是各个方面的都需要有人来做这个风险做付出。
对。这次特别复杂，去年好像还好一点，今年我们这个合作学会比较多哈，好像摊子出的比较大啊。
我想呢还要提一点，就是什么呢？就是国内呢现在反正要求比较多吧。事实上呢，我们就我吧，也不是我们哈，就是参加我们的会呢还是很犹豫的吧，就算是因为这个国内呢要求在提前一年要报备。然后呢，后来呢，我们说，那既然是这样的话，那怎么也提前1年也提前不了了，那就算了，我们就没有报备，然后还是有一定风险的，所以说我想呢，就是我们以后的这个活动呢，我们也如果说要一起来做一些事情，也就是说咱们这个时间呢就要更提前，要提前1年就要去写申请，就要去报备。
如果说大家觉得我们这个搞得挺好，还愿意接着搞，那我们就说我们现在就可以做，我明年还要跟这样接着做。
不，他有 他有邀请函呐，什么这些他都是要有相应的这种手续的要走的。所以我说今年呢，所以说我们事实上没有做很多宣传，也没有做什么。所以我们的河北的人看起来也很局限。为什么很局限呢？就是主要是考虑到这个问题。我想
对，没关系，你们来参与了就好，就是非常可以，不是作为那种正式。
其实我们还有更多的会员呀，我也希望他们来受益。但是呢，就是说我想了想，还是不要这么做了，就是还是就几个人参与。
对，你们参与进来，就这个桥梁已经搭起来了。以后的话，他们要参与，在那个，这第一步迈出来很重要啊。
你们，
所以我想呢，也是要感谢我们那个河北农大的赵文老师哈，他给我们牵线，然后呢，让我跟那个潘老师联系之后呢，我们才到这个学会里来，然后呢，以至于到今天，然后参与我们的这个各个活动也是非常感谢大家非常感谢我们的牵线人赵文老师。回头呢，我还给他。
你被 muted。
你静音了，马老师。
我不是我静音了，我是被静音了。
那可能是啊。
我刚才看我是被静音了。
被静音了是吧？
可能谁点错了吧？这个
有可能是
可能点错了，对。
不过你刚刚说的这个也是比较重要的，因为国内可能这个相应的这个政策方面，可能都是国内的其他的这个学会啊、部门啊，可能都有类似的这样的一个规定，所以我们可能后面会尽可能的早一点，就是安排决定以后这样的话国内的这个相关的这个合作单位的话，也可以就是说能够
早做准备，
通过这个正常的渠道嘛，因为就像尽管就像这种参加，但是总是觉得会有一种 potential 会有什么问题，所以非常感谢能 take 这个 risk。
那你们是这个以组织的形式的话，你是科协要批对吧？
对。
那么还有你如果是比方说，如果作为一个大学的学院的话呢，该学校的
要在学校批。学校的外事批，外事也好，科协也好，他都需要到省里的那个叫外办还是什么，到那儿去批去，他最终都要到省里去批。
OK。
所以就是有这样的一个问题吧，就是好，各位老师，我觉得你们也辛苦了这么多天，然后呢，今天也是这么辛苦。你们已经过了中午了，你们难道不去吃午饭吗？好像什么都没有了。我觉得
你们要早点休息。
好像真是行，反正我是要离开会场了。各位老师，你们再接着聊，或者是你们去吃午饭吧。
对，
去吧，太晚了，都1点多了，
差不多了。
行，那我们也就 take a break， 然后下午还要再见。
对，8点钟又开始了。
对，行，好，那就先这样好吗？
好的，那就这样，我们随时保持联系就好。好吧，拜拜。
好，有什么问题给我发邮件。好，谢谢大家。